be a Q&A where we will all be more than welcome to contribute with your input and questions. In the meantime, you can always stay down within the chat section of the Zoom, anything you would like to, so as to be addressed appropriately when time comes. Our today's event is being implemented under the Erasmus Plus project, micro-credentials, identifying, developing, testing, and assessing innovative approaches, with main aim to introduce a holistic methodology for establishing the principles for designing, issuing, assessing, validate, and clarity micro-credentials that are commonly recognized in a European level and integrate into the existing quality assurance systems. The project consortium covers a vast geographical spectrum of EU, involving organizations from Greece, Spain, Poland, and Cyprus, as well as umbrella organizations. More information about our project will be shared by the coordinators shortly. Firstly, I would like to invite Mr. Andreas Antoniadis, Secretary Director of the Nicosia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, on behalf of the hosting partner, for his opening speech.
Thank you, George. Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear partners of the MicroIdea project, it is with great pleasure I welcome you to the Nicosia Chamber of Commerce and Industry for today's conference on the topic of building the future of skills in the tourism sector. On June 16th of 2022, the Council of the European Union adopted a recommendation on a European approach to micro-credentials for lifelong learning and employability. This recommendation aims to support the development, implementation, and recognition of micro-credentials across institutions, businesses, sectors, and borders. In a world marked by political instability, climate change, and extreme weather phenomena, the tourism sector faces unprecedented challenges. To adopt and thrive in such unpredictable environment, the need for constant learning and skill enhancement has never been more critical. Micro-credentials as a flexible and targeted learning tool plays a crucial role in helping professionals in the tourism sector, in the tourism industry, to stay relevant and resilient. And this is precisely why today's conference is so important. Few words about the Nicosia Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The Nicosia Chamber, as partners to the project, was established in 1952 and is federally associated with the Cyprus Chamber of Commerce. It covers the city and district of Nicosia, as well as Kyrenia and Morphou, the latter two currently under the occupation of the Turkish army. The institution of chambers has a long presence in Cyprus for almost a century, and the Nicosia Chamber has played a significant role for over 70 years. The purpose of the Nicosia Chamber is to support its members and promote entrepreneurship. Our goals include economic development, reinforcing entrepreneurship, enhancing the business environment, addressing the specific challenges faced by our members, and fostering the continued growth of the capital, Nicosia. Although the tourism sector contribution to the economy of Nicosia may be relatively small, it has an immense importance for Nicosia, since many hotels and many hospitality businesses in Nicosia are members of the chamber. We as Nicosia place strong emphasis on promoting city breaks throughout the year, as well as conference tourism, especially given the high number of educational and health-related conferences organized in Cyprus, due to the very reason of the large presence of many universities and hospitals in the capital. As will be elaborated later on by the next speakers, innovation in both individual and institutional learning and teaching is absolutely essential. Micro credentials are emerging as an increasingly vital component of both education and employment. It is a privilege to welcome you all here today, as well as partners from Greece, Spain, Portugal, Cyprus, and Belgium. Each of you bring invaluable perspectives to the project. Together, we share the common goal of advancing lifelong learning and employability in the tourism sector through the adoption of micro-credentials. I hope everybody finds this conference engaging and insightful as we work together to shape the future of skills in the tourism sector. Thank you all for being present here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andoniadis. Thank you very much and for hosting our event. Now, dear participants, it's time to get to know our project. I would like to invite the representatives from our Greek partner organizations, University of Patras, the project coordinator, Acronym, and TUV for their presentation as regards to the MicroIdea project, the certification methodology, and the ICT online tool.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, all the Greek scholars that today attend our conference from all over Europe. We thank Nicosia Chamber for the hospitality. And let's go straight to the project. Allow me to share. Okay. All right. What is the MicroIdea project? We are partners from 6 countries, and we are all together 12 organizations, along us with an associate partner from Denmark. We are participants and from Greece, from Cyprus, from Spain, from Poland, from Belgium, and Denmark, as I said. So, what is the MicroIdea project? MicroIdea project is an Erasmus project aiming to develop an innovative approach of micro-credentials implementation and recognition that has the potential of becoming mainstreamed in a European scale and further on. So what are the main aspects of a MicroIdea project? The MicroIdea project introduces an holistic methodology for establishing the principles for designing, issuing, assessing, validating, and certificate micro-credentials commonly recognized in European level and integrated into the existing quality assurance systems, the national qualification systems. Also, the project creates modular, flexible curricula and personalized training methods for developing transferable skills internationally towards green and digital transition, validated and certified by ISO 17024. It also promotes innovative approaches that can be mainstream and improvement of educational training systems, effectiveness of policies and practices. Finally, we launch pilot actions on the tourism sector. All right, but what is the aim of this project? The aim of the project is the development of a macro-credential system linked to 17024 ISO. And the reason is because European Commission asks and looking for systems that can be recognized over Europe from other countries. So that's the reason why we are working on the ISO, that it is an international certification system. Another aim is to develop a methodology to balance between national certification systems and the international validation certification system of ISO 17024. Also, the design and implementation of online tools to underpin the labor market skills needs analysis and self-assessment needs, which will be open for all. Another aim is the implementation of the introduction of the introduced micro-credential system for an occupation on the tourist sector, and this is the waiters. We have chosen the waiters as a common and very important occupation in all the three piloting countries that are Greece, Cyprus, and Spain. Finally, the communication, the dissemination, exploitation of project outputs and results is vital for the project because, as we said previously, we want a methodology, to introduce a methodology that could become mainstream in whole Europe. According to CEDEFOP, micro-credentials are or should be straightforward connected with the labor market. The skills that are gained should reflect learning outcomes and skills, leading to an occupation to obtaining gainful and sustainable employment by securing skills and qualifications, and where possible, occupation. So in our project, firstly, we identify the skills needs in the tourism sector and specifically for the waiters occupation. We develop modular training courses for the main professional functions and the macro-credentials that are linked to the main professional functions. Because since, according to the terminology above, micro-credentials should lead to labor market, cannot be something different, but it should be aligned to the main modules of a main profession, no matter what is the profession we choose. But micro-credentials have to be in accordance to the main modules of the main professional functions. This is the idea, the main idea of our methodology. After that, we proceed to the assessment of skills obtained using the ISO 17024 methodology. And finally, the methodology that we create is trying to bridge national qualifications learning outcomes and ISO 17024, where possible, to enable the recognition of prior learning in non-formal contexts. The target groups are job seekers from vulnerable social groups, but not only, low-skilled adults, companies from the tourism sector, training providers and certification bodies, policy-making bodies, social partners, stakeholders, public and private innovation drivers. And the expected results of the project are skills needs analysis reports that focus on the countries represented in Macro-Ideal Consortium, online platform that matches skills needs in the tourism sector with online jobs vacancies available in connection with ESCO, online platform that identifies trainees, upskilling needs, and recommends training solutions through a set of questionnaires developed with the involvement of companies, Training course focused on the occupation profiles of waiters and housekeepers based on the results of the skills needs analysis reports. Certification SIM aligned with ISO 17024 to be accredited by the Hellenic Accreditation System, and creation of a methodology of an inter-European credential recognition based on ISO 17024 that will support the recognition of micro-credentials issues at national level. Other activities of our project are policy workshops, conferences, focus groups, interviews, and scientific publications. So thank you very much for following this conference today. There will be enough and many things to say in the next 2 years, because we have already completed the first year of the project, and we are very satisfied with what we have up to now succeeded. And now, please follow a video that will make more easy to understand what our project is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Imagine an educational and employment landscape where micro-credentials is not just an asset, but a necessity. In the dynamic European professional landscape characterized by continuous technological and economic evolution, the imperative for innovation in education and training systems has reached unprecedented levels. The significance of innovation in both individual and institutional learning and teaching is paramount. With ongoing technological advancements and the ever-changing nature of work, micro-credentials are emerging as an increasingly integral component of the educational and employment landscape. That's the essence of MicroIdea Project, an initiative conceived under the umbrella of Erasmus+, which answers to the need of individuals to continually update their skills and to the demand from employers for a more efficient way to identify candidates with the specific skills they need. All we had to do was to answer a simple question. How are we going to do this? What if we could connect micro-credentials straightforward with the labor market? The skills that are gained should reflect learning outcomes and skills leading to an occupation obtaining gainful and sustainable employment by securing skills and qualifications.
Creation of modular, flexible curricula and personalized training methods for developing transferable skills internationally towards green and digital transition. The goal of MicroIdea is simple yet profound: to introduce a holistic methodology for establishing the principles for designing, issuing, assessing, validating and certificate micro-credentials commonly recognized in European level, integrated into the existing quality assurance systems. The project promotes innovative approaches that have the potential to be mainstreamed in order to improve educational and training systems, as well as the effectiveness of policies and practices. Launch pilot actions concentrated on the tourism sector, a very important sector of the participating countries' economies. Support transnational cooperation and mutual learning. MicroIdea doesn't stop there, is a project with certain objectives. The development of a micro-credential system that would be linked to 17024 ISO. The development of a methodology to balance between national certification systems, when they exist mainly for non-formal VET, and an international validation certification system, the ISO IEC 17024. The design and implementation of online tools to underpin the labor market skills needs analysis and self-assessment needs, which will be open access for all. Implementation of the introduced micro-credential system for an occupation of the tourism sector, communication, dissemination, and exploitation of project outputs and results. ensuring the continuity of the project's impacts and influence after its completion on relevant European policies. This project is the collaborative effort of committed organizations from 5 different countries: Greece, Cyprus, Spain, Poland, and Belgium. Each brought their unique perspective to the table, united by a common goal: making micro-credentials for lifelong learning and employability applicable to all sectors. MicroIdea is not just a project. It's a movement building bridges to opportunity. A movement enabling the portability of micro-credential between countries, employers, education, sectors, and labor markets.
Thank you all for your presence today. Let me share my screen, please. My name is Didi Vardalahu. I'm the head of Person Certification Division of TIF Austria Hellas. Hold on, please. Sorry for this delay. Okay, let's start with TIF Austria Hellas. TIF Austria is an international group, is located in 34 countries around the world. The group contains 64 companies. The mother company was established in Austria in 1874. TIF Austria Hellas was established in Greece 1994, and TIF Austria Cyprus was established in 2008. We provide several services, certification, audits, inspections, etc. In Europe, there are 2 known pathways for the certification of persons' qualification. The one has to do with the European Qualification Framework, and the other one has to do with the international standard ISO 17024. The European Qualification Framework is related with this recommendation of Europe, and the international standard is related with the regulation of Europe. The recommendations which concerns the European Qualification Framework has as target to improve transparency, comparability, and portability of people's qualification. It was recommended to all member states to adopt national education system if they want to do. All of them decided to apply this recommendation to make it as national legislation. That's why we have in all over the Europe national qualification framework, which is the adopted European Qualification Framework. This national qualification framework concerns the formal, non-formal, and non-typical learning. Through this recommendation, through this national qualification framework, the professional can be certified with appointed public organization and through the umbrella of national qualification system. The regulation which concerns the accreditation, the national accreditation body, the certification bodies, etc., is an umbrella which says that in each member state we have to appoint, each government has to appoint a single national accreditation body. This accreditation body has the role to assess the conformity matters in each country regarding the several international standards. The accreditation concerning the person's certification body has to do with international standard ISO 17024, which concerns only the non-formal and informal training. Let's explain how this works in Europe. Each national accreditation body, using the requirements of international standard ISO 17024, and assess the person certification body and the certification scheme, which evaluates the qualification of a professional or an occupation. If the person certification body and the certification scheme are compliant with the requirements of ISO 17024 standards, then the national accreditation body issue an accreditation certificate. After that, the person certification body can evaluate the professional's qualification and, in case of positive result, to give to them an accredited certification about their qualifications. There are a lot of advantages for this international standard, because it's a globally accepted benchmark for person certification body, providing assurance about the certified people that meet the requirement of the certification scheme. It's a globally accepted process for professional qualification, is responding to the ever-increasing velocity of technological innovation and growing specialization. Sorry for that. Sorry. And of course, facilitates the global job market and the professional mobility from one member state to other member state. And of course, the certification has several advantages for the professional. It is a documented proof about the professional's qualification. It's a fortification for their professional identity. It's a competitive advantage for the labor market. It's strengthening the stakeholders' trust. It's a worldwide certification which is recognized by the employers. It gives an assurance about the provided service quality, and of course, the confidence that the professionals are compliant with the health and safety requirements. Thank you all for your.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Panagiotis Zervas. I'm assistant professor in the My name is Panagiotis Zervas. I am an assistant professor in the University of Peloponnese, and I'm going to present you the ICT tools for the labor market analysis that we are going to implement. We are implementing as part of the MicroIdea project. The way we study labor market is changing. In the past, we relied on traditional data sources such as surveys, government reports, which often provided a limited and static view to the landscape. Today, given the vast amount of data someone can access from online sources, we are able to utilize knowledge from repositories such as job portals and have access to chunks of information such as the digital job postings. NLP, the natural language processing, is critical in analyzing labor market data. It helps us clean, standardize job postings, extract information like job titles, skills, And even if it is need to, we can develop taxonomies for different occupations. Recently, we started using AI techniques such as the large language models or LLMs, which are more advanced but also more resource intensive. Large language models have impressive capabilities, especially their ability of text understanding and generation, as well as the ability to perform inference, and can be utilized for processing huge data sets and be able to uncover hidden patterns from them. However, they come with trade-offs. They are resource heavy, they lack transparency, and can sometimes struggle with specialized tasks. Balancing their power with cost and demand-specific needs is essential to effective labor market analysis. Furthermore, someone cannot omit the fact that analyzing labor market data can raise important privacy and ethical concerns. Job postings often contain personal information which must be protected. It is also vital to avoid biases that might reinforce inequalities. And to adhere to these issues, we adhere to data protection laws, use fairness-aware algorithms, and ensure transparency in our implemented methodologies. The MicroIdea project, as regards the ICT tools, focuses on creating a platform that analyzes skills in demand. It uses advanced learning and machine learning techniques and natural language processing, and the task is to extract and classify data that is based on established taxonomies. Furthermore, the gathered data needs to be cleaned, deduplicated, and then be able to be accessed by the stakeholders, the job seekers, the policymakers from an interactive interface. This slide is an overview of the MicroIdea implementation. You can see that is composed of two phases. A phase one where is the part of gathering the data from the online portals, pre-processing the data, performing tasks such as clean text, translation, the duplications, and so on. And then in a second phase is the employment of AI functionalities that using the text understanding and text generation functionalities of the large language models, we try to structure the unstructured data that online job posts are, and form a database that someone is able to utilize it and extract valuable information, create visualizations and reports that someone can use, a policymaker, let's say, that will help him in his tasks. So, as I said before, the starting process is the data crawling and extraction process. And then we have the metadata extraction, the AI-assisted metadata extraction. In this slide, you see in the left part, an example of a job posting, actually two job postings where we have highlighted with color the information that the LLM must extract and structure in order in subsequent steps to be utilized. For these tasks, we have explored local and commercial large language models. We've opted to the open ones. We are using open large language models. And we employ the commercial LLMs for the tasks of evaluating the results, since the level of models such as the OpenAI models, let's say, or Anthropic's model have almost a human level of accuracy in text understanding. This is an example of the prompt engineering that we employ. We instruct the language model to extract the information we need from the job description of a job posting. And in the right side, you see the structure, an example of a structured information that the LLM has responded. And you can see tags like the posting company, the hiring company, location, responsibility, skills, and so on. A major task in utilizing the structured information extracted from the large language models is the task of normalizing the information. For this task, we have devised a procedure where we have created, using established taxonomies and knowledge base, and we use a RAG approach, retrieval augmented generation approach, to extract the most similar labels for a given taxonomy. In this example, we have the use case of skill extraction, skill normalization. So based on this knowledge base, we perform similarity matching, we extract candidates, and subsequently we instruct an LLM to evaluate the similarity result and augment it and correct it if the threshold of the similarity is below a given threshold, a threshold we have established. Furthermore, in this online phase, we are able to find a new skill if such a case has arisen in the situation that a skill that was identified in the job description is not found in the knowledge database. Apart from the metadata extraction, we have functionalities that rely on a recommender implementation. For building the recommender implementation, we have utilized the approach of AI agents, where the difference from the previous approach I have described to you is the fact that the agent is able to redefine and improve the query that initially is imported to the large language model in order to improve the response. Here is an example of a recommender that, based on resume of a job seeker, it tries to find, based on the information extracted from his resume and from the job postings, to try to find the most appropriate job postings that he can use and submit his resume. Furthermore, given this recommendation, having the resume, having the matched job posting, the agent can further provide recommendation to the user in order to improve his skills, upskilling or reskilling, or a recommendation to improve his resume in order to be more competitive. These were the functionalities that MicroIdea supports, and thank you.
Great. Thank you, dear partners, for sharing this information about our project. I'm sure the participants have started to get a sense of the important tools and methodologies that we are starting to develop in the project, both the ISO certification for persons as well as the ICT tools for the market analysis. And these are tools which will support us during the next activities and days of our project. Next issue in the agenda, what else could be rather than the micro-credentials? And who would be the most appropriate expert to tackle this? I would like now to invite Mrs. Anastasia Pouliou, CEDEPOD expert in qualifications and credentials. Mrs. Pouliou is currently leading the agency's research on micro-credentials for labor market education and training, learning outcomes, and vet excellence and inclusion for the 21st century in Europe. Mrs. Pouliou, it's an honor having you here today with us. Thank you once again, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning from my side. It's also an honor for me to participate in this important event. Hoping you can already see my PowerPoint slides and you can hear me well. Yes, I see Ms. Iacovidou nodding. Thank you. Right. It was very interesting also to listen to Mr. Zervas before what he was presenting, which was mainly the AI approach, the different tools you are using. And also from CEDEFOP side, we have been doing a lot of work on analyzing job vacancies. So we're quite familiar for these methodologies, and I think they are very interesting. So for those of you who don't know me, yes, my name is Anastasia Pouliou. I'm currently leading the work on micro-credentials for VET and labor market learning at CEDEFOP. CEDEFOP is the European Agency for the Development of Vocational Education and Training in Europe. We try to work a lot on different areas related to qualifications, credentials, but this important new phenomenon, if I may say, this important, let's say, focus and attention on micro-credentials has also been an important area of our work as well. What we try to do is mainly focus, as I said before, on VET and labor market learning. This is a very important, let's say, dimension because when we started our approach back in 2019, there was a lot of discussion and literature ongoing related to micro-credentials for higher education, how, for instance, they would impact, they would influence academic education, but we believe it's important to focus on VET and labor market learning. So we need to, first of all, understand the basics, right? What do we really talk about? Because micro-credentials are mainly, let's say, perceived as having various characteristics. And in Europe, when we started and we did a very important stakeholder group survey, we were trying really to request, let's say, feedback and information from representatives or member states about what exactly micro-credentials are. And imagine they were referring to us by using different terms like badges, digital badges, nano degrees, let's say different types of courses, modules, partial qualifications. But what I'm sharing with you now is mainly the definition that the European Commission has actually created, and this is a very important starting point for CEDEFOP's work. And what I try to do here in this definition is mainly to highlight key elements of micro-credentials. What is very important to understand is micro-credentials, of course, the word micro, those of us who are from Greece or Cyprus understand the term really denoting something of a small, of a short duration. So mainly they are like short targeted learning opportunities. But you can see that learning outcomes is a key element of this definition. And learning outcomes are mainly the essence of the knowledge, ability for somebody to understand something at the end of a learning process. This is key. At the same time, this definition points to the idea of assessment. I also heard the previous speaker, the first speaker from Austria, that were actually referring to certification arrangements, to assessment processes. You know, this is an important element if we talk about micro-credentials for different projects in Europe. Then we need to consider it talks about transparency, about ownership of the learners, meaning that the person who acquires a micro-credential is very responsible for the type of skills and competencies he or she has learned throughout the learning process. And the idea that micro-credentials can be portable, can be shared, can be even stacked, can be actually forming a part of a full qualification is very important. And last but not least, quality assurance is a key element that underpins this process. So this is, I wanted really to draw the attention to this important definition because this is how, you know, the whole discussion micro-credentials should evolve, having these important principles in mind. What CEDEFOP has done is mainly to develop 3 years of research work on this topic. And we have tried really to engage to a mapping exercise on micro-credentials for European labor market-related education training. So this was like a huge work that took us 1.5 years. We wanted really to understand concretely what are the characteristics of micro-credentials and what are representatives of member states are telling us about those characteristics and let's say the benefits and the, even the shortcomings of the approach. We also wanted to see what are the links with qualification systems. We heard earlier about the importance of EQF, the NQF, how, for example, micro-credentials as a phenomenon can really be added or integrated into existing national qualification frameworks. This is a very important element of a quality assurance dimension behind micro-credentials. And of course, what is the added value for end users? This is a key component. If we don't think about the learner, the user, the employee, let's say the person who is actually will try to engage in micro credentials. And if we really forget what could be the benefit, the value for these people, then we are losing really the essence. Of course, CEDEFOP is currently embarking on a new study on the topic where we will try to deepen our empirical evidence and we will try to understand what is happening with the labor market sector relevance of micro credentials, their quality assurance arrangements, and of course, their social function, as I will mention later. Of course, we need to consider whether these phenomena is something really new or something old. I like quite a lot to use this nice metaphors. Is it like an old wine with a new label? Is it really a kind of a transformation of what is already existing in the labor market? If we think about occupational or professional, let's say industrial, I would say certifications, and what is really new with this term? We actually see it's a kind of a not a new phenomenon, but it's actually something that is really growing at a very fast pace. And it's actually here to somehow shake the terrain of the qualification, traditional qualification systems. I think this is very important. But of course, we need to consider, in order to understand the phenomenon well, we need to get things right. And this is a kind of a balancing act. For instance, we should try and look very carefully at labor market sectors. And what we have done with our 3 years of research, we saw a lot of identified micro-credentials in areas which is, of course, the common suspect, like IT. But quite often we see a lot of activity taking place in engineering, manufacturing and construction, and other labor market sector areas like human health, hospitality, and social work. So you see there is a lot of diversity, variety of micro-credentials in the labor market. And this is very important because it always shows us that there are a lot of challenges ahead. Of course, what about quality assurance standards? This is a key element of this issue. The way learning outcomes are assessed, the way they are defined, how evident are they in micro-credential certifications? How can they be documented? Of course, we need a lot of empirical data from labor market sectors, and analysis of metadata, as was mentioned before. There's a lot of, let's say, need for more research to take place, and at the same time, a lot of guidance and information that will be there available for micro-credentials and users, as I mentioned before. What we also saw is that, because we did, as I said, 3 years of research where we wanted to understand the discussions at the policy level in different countries in Europe. And we tried to cluster the countries back, let's say in 21, 22, in different stages, depending on the advanced or non-advanced policy discussions taking place. And what you can see at that point in time is that many countries, when we started, let's say, debating this phenomenon, started discussing it at a more initial stage. But of course, this changed. For example, in Cyprus, the term micro-credentials began to be used when there was these discussions around the establishment of the European education area, and it gradually received a lot of attention. And now we see, let's say, more focus on the topic and somehow linking with the lifelong learning dimension, this idea of developing flexible and modular learning pathways. Of course, there are many countries in Europe, and we have, CEDEFOP has an extreme, really rich information on different countries and their development stages that, of course, you can access following this presentation. But as I said before, there are also a lot of links with qualification systems. And one of the most important reason or way that shows how, for example, micro-credentials can be linked with existing qualification frameworks is, of course, modularization. And modularization is very common in adult learning because modules and their characteristics, the characteristics also of partial qualifications, are very much similar to micro-credentials. And we have examples from countries like Belgium, Czechia, Denmark, and Hungary that points towards this direction. In Croatia, for instance, there is another interesting case where they're using not the term micro-credential, but they are referring to the term micro-qualification, which was mainly introduced in an Adult Education Act. So you see, the way adult learning is formed is shaped in different countries in Europe. Or, for example, if we zoom in on the specific type of micro-credentials and we see their characteristics, which is the case, for instance, in Croatia, we see that they refer to compiled units of learning outcomes that are leading to this short training program at specific levels of the NQF in the country, which would be level 2 to 3 or even 4. So it's very, it's essential, I would say, to zoom in on the profile and the specific nature of a micro-credential in order to understand what it really means. Of course, Ireland is a very important case, a country case example in Europe, because they have a very open, flexible qualification system, and this very, let's say, modularized nature of their approach by itself, it accommodates freestanding qualifications, which are really very small by default. So they're like small as 5 credits. So since they are like of this short duration, they are very easily integrated in the framework, and they are actually can be stacked into a full qualification. I think by examining what countries are doing in Europe is really giving us, let's say, a very nice picture of what is the case. We also see that countries that are opening up their qualification frameworks already to non-formal learning, to different types of qualifications from the existing formalized one, they are the ones that, let's say, can create enabling conditions for micro-credentials to integrate their system. And CEDEFOP has been doing a lot of monitoring exercise where we try to see, what are the developments of countries in time regarding the NQFs, the national qualification frameworks. And we already see now that 13 countries in Europe have reported to us at least one type of micro-credentials being part of their framework. So you see, the landscape is changing. When we started discussing this topic in 2019, even people really didn't have an idea, but now we see that countries are following the European Council recommendation, and they try to somehow integrate elements of micro-credentials in their system. This is very important. Of course, if we think about more broadly, the skill set and the training that takes place in Europe, and of course, having in mind the different priorities, we talk about the green, the digital, let's say, transformation that is taking place. We all know that there are these brand names like Amazon, Cisco, Google, IBM, all these technological companies that are already providing alternative credential programs. Of course, they are focusing on different technological sectors like ID, cybersecurity. Yes, and this is fine. This has been taking place for many years now. But what else can we see? What other activity is really observed in different, let's say, countries, and specifically in the labor market? We saw, for example, that the green transition has this significant job growth potential, and that is why in this need of upskilling and reskilling for the green transition skills, we see that for this reason, micro-credentials have an important role to play. I'm also, I'm using different examples from our research. I think this is very important. For instance, here you see this last bullet point that talks about Metis for Skills, which is actually a Brussels-based provider, and this is related to microelectronics even. So you see that this specific process is actually embarking now in 13 different countries. And in order to tailor their training, what they try to do, they try to create a consortium. Like I saw also in this project that you try to have different partners involved. So they try to have 20 partners, and they are including companies in the microelectronics sector, but also education training institutions and certification bodies. So in close cooperation with their partners, they try to develop a sectoral skill strategy, and they try to define the occupational profile based on the participating countries' qualifications frameworks. So you see, it's a very, let's say, participatory approach that involves the different providers, and this is very important. At CEDEFOP, we also try to examine carefully 2 labor market sectors, manufacturing and of course, retail sector. And the reason why we did that is because these are very broad sectors. They have different development trajectories, different skill systems, different starting points, because for us, this is important to see the broader landscape, the context of a labor market sector and how this evolves, let's say, in a given time in different countries. And we also saw that in these sectors, there is a huge demand for continuous learning. And this is like really the basis and the reason why micro-credentials can really develop. And what we did mainly at CEDEFOP, we created a template. I'm not going to read these tiny little letters, but the idea is that we tried to examine carefully different characteristics in manufacturing for a year. We did that work, and we wanted to see, for instance, what is the title of the micro-credential. We could identify the duration, the national workload assessment, if it's linked to the NQF framework, what kind of certification is actually being provided, the cost, the funding options, a lot of work. And what we did, I mean, this is really a very small glimpse of the results, is we saw that, for instance, manufacturing is a very diverse sector. And it actually, I mean, if we think about how diverse and varied it is across countries in Europe, still we could draw some important conclusions. And one is that it mainly refers to highly targeted type of training. So this is a key element of a micro-credential that spans across different countries. And of course, it is designed around specific professional profiles. We also saw for manufacturing that this is actually focusing on new and emerging topics. So think of it like that in tourism sector, in your specific focus in the project. How, for instance, tourism in different countries in Europe would appear? What would be, let's say, common characteristics, common denominators for micro-credentials to appear? Is it the case that it focuses on new and emerging topics and technologies? And what is happening, for example, with the duration, really, the nominal workload, as we call it in the sector? Is it mainly a credential that's provided in modular form? Is it rather in days, in hours, in months? What is really happening with the duration? Of course, also, what is the mode of delivery? Is it this kind of training delivered in person, online, or in a blended format? You see, there are many different questions to be asked. But what is very, very important is this idea of learning outcome. How do you really see how visible are learning outcomes in the certification of micro-credentials in a given occupational sector? Is it mainly a content description, or is it more than that? Can we see also the knowledge, the skills, and the different types of competencies, if they are transversal, for example, being evident in that certified element? So for this reason, I have drafted a working paper in 2024 that mainly talks about different scenarios of micro-credentials in the future. And what I tried here is really, I took the lens of learning outcomes, and I tried to shed light on these different types of configurations of micro-credentials as visualized in 4 scenarios. Of course, these scenarios are intended to show abstract representations of existing types of micro-credentials and could potentially be used to enable critical discussions about the purposes, about the aim of these micro-credentials in the future. So you see, I have 4 scenarios. So you need to consider, I mean, I'm trying always to be a bit to challenge the audience. I would like you to consider in the tourism sector, what type of micro-credentials could fit in which scenario? Is it mainly a supply-driven micro-credential, which is, for instance, scenario 2, that is mainly preparing the end users for labor market entry, for job setting? Or is it maybe related mostly to scenario 3, where there we see examples that come directly for companies from industries, from the labor market themselves? They're the ones that design the content behind the micro-credential, and they are mainly demand-driven in that sense. They are different in the way the training is being made, the way training is certified, and of course the currency of micro-credentials in the sector. As I said at the very beginning, and I will not take a long time more, so mainly we are actually embarking on new research at CEDEFOP, where we try to deepen let's say, our empirical focus on labor market sector relevance, on quality arrangements, and on the inclusion perspective. These are very important 3 dimensions that we are trying to explore, because if we think about micro-credentials and how diverse the offering is, let's say in the different profile, we really felt the need that we have to analyze as much as possible more examples from Europe. And we wanted to ask concrete questions related to quality assurance and recognition. Of course, this 3rd part that is related to social inclusion is also a key element, because at a European and international level, if I may, we are really discussing the idea of a social inclusion, how, for example, women, migrants, unemployed people, disadvantaged workers can be supported in this idea of upskilling in the lifelong learning journey. And perhaps micro-credentials can have a role to play in that sense. So related to the diversity of micro-credentials, we are very much interested in the non-formal settings, meaning we would like to see, for instance, if we analyze a sector outside the formal education system, what other arrangements do we see? What is happening really if we go to regulated professions in Europe and we see how strict regulations underpin, these type of occupations, like if you think about the health sector, the nursings, for instance, and if you also consider all these other non-formal training that they are actually getting, so there are, let's say, different types of usages and different types of target groups. I mean, this is where we need to put our eyes on, and we need to really focus and to understand better the purpose and the content in this type of labor market, as I call it, related education training. And because quality assurance and recognition is very important, we have concrete questions we are asking. We want to see what are the elements that can consider a credential and micro-credentials as quality assured. And what is happening with governance, with partnership? How can different stakeholders be better engaged? How can quality assurance agencies even adapt their mechanism, the existing mechanisms, to allow for different types of providers to emerge? And also what is happening with recognition of prior learning, non-formal learning, that people have already been acquiring different types of education, let's say certifications, but also being acquired in non-formal settings. How can these be easily recognized? Of course, if we think about labor market sectors, as I mentioned before, we did a lot of analysis on manufacturing, on retail, and now we would really like to explore more labor market sectors, and we want to focus concretely on the types of skills and competencies in these credentials. So you see, the question we are asking is, do micro-credentials focus on occupation, job-specific learning outcomes, or is it mainly also transversal skills and competencies, there as well, or is it both? This is very important because labor market sector relevance as an idea is really essential if you think about the twin transition, the green and digital, but still, it really depends on the sector and cross-industry dialogue, the way the training is being made and the way these types of credentials in the sector can be used by employers for recruitment processes in comparison, of course, to full qualification. I think this is a key element. And lastly, the role of micro-credentials, as I said, for social inclusion, where we are very much interested on supporting measures that could be in place in order to support disadvantaged users. How can we really use micro-credentials to exchange, to exchange them and somehow accumulate them to facilitate lifelong learning? These are important research questions. And of course, I think because our study will start now in 2025, and it will last around 3 years. So I guess by 2026 or 2027, we will be able to publish recommendations and implementation guidelines on ways micro-credentials in Europe can be developed to support this type of end users. Here you can see publications we have made. We have already published at CEDEFOP's website 3 research reports, 3 different podcasts with international organizations, 2 briefing notes, and more is to come. We were actually very active in this area. Of course, I'm sharing with you some links, my personal email and the link to the project page in these publications I mentioned before. And I imagine the organizers will share my PowerPoint presentation to you. I will be very happy also to address any questions either in the chat or if you send me by personal email. And I would like very much to thank you for this attention. I was trying a bit to speed up, not to delay the other presenters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Fouliou, for sharing your valuable insights as regards the data and statistics and the progress of the micro-credentials initiative. We have seen the various industry sectors that these opportunities are foreseen to be applied. As regards to, from our side, we look forward through our Micro Idea project to support CEDEFOP towards accomplishing this vision for the whole EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to invite my colleague, Mrs. Irini Iacovidou, Project Manager and Researcher at Eurosuccess Consulting, to present to us the occupational profile of the waiter, which has been developed within our project. Irini will inform us as regards to the methodology implemented, the identification of skills and modularized curriculum, and of course, the occupational profile developed. Irini, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Giacomo. Hi, everyone. You can all hear me well, right? I see not. Thank you all for joining our webinar today, as this is the first official launch of the MicroIDEA project. And now, as was said, I will be discussing and introducing to you one of the main deliverables of the MicroIDEA project, which is the occupational profile of the waiter. Now, this was a collaborative process with the Eurosuccess Consulting, the secret partner leading the process, and of course, with the abundant support of the Greek-German Chamber. And for that, I would also like to say thank you once again. So the occupational profile developed for the waiter in 3 transferred countries, Greece, Cyprus, and Spain, was a subsequent product of the synthesis report of the needs analysis research on the tourist sector as a result of the MicroIDEA project. Now, the report, the conclusions of the report were compiled by a thorough research study on the in situ conditions of the tourism sector in the 3 countries and the gaps and the challenges, but also the data gathered from the focus groups that we conducted in each country with representatives from public bodies, ministries, enabling organizations, of course, social partners, and immediate stakeholders. The discussions offered valuable insights in terms of challenges and opportunities in the sector, and we saw that the occupation that deemed further elaboration was the waiter. There subsequently we sent questionnaires to the participants and asked them to rank the knowledge, the skills, and the competences that are required of the role, and let us know and prioritize basically where are the gaps in training and skills aligned. The main tasks that form the core of the waiter responsibilities were recorded and analyzed and are now operating at the baseline. Waiters are expected to demonstrate proficiency in all the skills that are considered basic. Now, we also analyzed optional tasks, which require specialized skills and offer opportunities for further development. Now, these specialized skills will later form the micro-credentials that we are introducing in the project. Of course, to contextualize the occupational profile and support and back up our analysis, we have used sources such as ESCO to ensure alignment with the European standards, ESEPS, and service from Deloitte and Intuit. And with all that, the occupational profile was created, detailing the main and optional tasks and skills for the waiter, and the needs for skills aligned with the current and future requirements of the tourism and food industry were identified, contributing to increased competitiveness and employability. In the tourism sector, waiters and waitresses are responsible for processing orders, serving food and drinks, maintaining customer satisfaction in restaurants, hotels, resorts, bars, cafes, etc. In Cyprus, Greece, and Spain, waiters play a key role in the hospitality industry, which is central to each country's economy. To maintain quality, safety, and customer satisfaction, hospitality establishments in these countries frequently include management systems according to very relevant international standards from the International Organization of Standardization, ISO, as we saw earlier with PUB. Examples of this occupation and ISO correlation, we have the quality management standards to help work more efficiently and reduce product failures. Health and safety standards should help reduce accidents in the workplace, as it provides a framework for the hospitality industry to manage risks, improve performance, assuring the safety of staff, and injury prevention. We also have, of course, food safety standards to help prevent food from being contaminated. Wait staff must comply with food safety practices to follow hygiene protocols and properly handle and serve food. Now that we have contextualized a bit the occupational profile, we can look at the key duties and responsibilities. I think they are quite self-explicit. We have customer service, order management, table preparation, adherence to standards, etc. But we also have some ad hoc responsibilities. These ad hoc responsibilities are addressing the needs of the establishment in question, but also broader needs of the country. So we have the local, regional, national context. These ad hoc responsibilities are like inventory and stock management, event and special occasion service, customer service improvement projects, and so on. From these responsibilities and duties, we have dived deeper in trying to pinpoint all the tasks wait staff are expected to execute to create the backbone of the occupational profile. The occupational profile follows one principle, that it is important for all waiters in training to have the basic knowledge covered before taking specialized units of skills that can serve as micro-credentials. Therefore, the occupational profile highlights a systemic training that is categorized in three main professional functions, as you can see here. We have the prepare the restaurant for service, welcome restaurant guests with the application of preliminary services procedures and serving various dishes and drinks, processing payments and closing procedures for the dining and recreation area. Now, each main professional function that I will be calling MPF, by the way, from now on, consists of a number of specific professional functions, which we will see later a bit in more detail. Now, from each specific professional function, we have a set of specialized units that address skills that could later serve as micro-credentials. The micro-credentials are categorized by either derived directly and immediately from the specific professional function, standalone, or country-specific. For instance, when we did the focus groups in Cyprus, we saw that there was a growing need for three specific skills: good memory, event coordination and organization, and good understanding of cultures and other cultures as well, for that matter. So in Cyprus, we will be developing these units of specialized skills that could be micro-credentials, addressing the local needs. But a waiter in training in Spain can also partake that specific unit, but they need to be aware that there is more focus on the context of the country that has this direct need. Micro-credentials, in our case, the micro-credentials will also be addressing technical skills, digital skills, green skills, soft skills, or they could just be standalone. We'll see an example later for that. So now I will not bore you with every minute detail of the occupational profile, but just to show you our methodology and that make you understand a bit the method to our madness. We start with the prepare the restaurant for service, which is the MPF. We have the first SPF, the specific professional function, which is check the dining room cleanliness. Under the SPF, we have a certain number of tasks, such as comply with food safety and hygiene, maintain clean surfaces, and of course, maintain personal hygiene. Now, these tasks can lead to a set of specialized units of skills that can serve as micro-credentials. As we can see here, we have green cleaning, the right products and good practices, and detecting drug abuse. The first one is, of course, a unit that is directly derived from the SPF, and it's addressing green skills. The second one is what we would consider a standalone micro-credential. It's not specifically related to checking the room, the dining room cleanliness, and does not specifically address a skill, but it's an important specialized unit that all waiters in training need to partake, especially now with how the world is changing. This is the second main professional function, if you remember, and it's of course the biggest one because it starts from as soon as you sit the customers on the table until the very end. Therefore, we have a big number of SPS and a big number of specialized units. Now, just to show you a few examples, a specialized unit is applying foreign language terminology in the hospitality industry. That is a micro-credential immediately derived from an SPF, and it is a technical skill. What is interesting now to see is the 3 skills at the very bottom of the slide, which are country-specific. So they were created and designed based on the needs of the country that we gathered this data. The coordination of various events in catering and entertainment venues. It's addressing directly a specific need from Cyprus. The digital marketing for restaurants and entertainment is addressing a need in Spain. And understanding the gastronomic culture of different cultures is a micro-credential that marries together 2 needs, one from Cyprus and one from Greece, and brings it all together. Now here we see more examples of SPF, micro-credentials. Again, this is a specialized unit that is addressing a need in Cyprus due to the nitrate order taking in dining establishments. It appears that we really need good memory in Cyprus. We're lacking that. Again, another example of an SPF with its own specialized units. Legislation on the supply of alcohol is now very important. To know also basic knowledge on coffee varieties, tea varieties, pairing food with wine, and all these are also coming from this need to have experiential tourism. So now tourists don't want just to go to the beach or go to the hotel. Now they want to have experiences, and that's why waiting staff need to be trained in providing these experiential services. Here we have the last main professional function, which is processing payments and closing procedures. Now, as one of our colleagues from the Greek-German chamber said, that the occupational profile feels like a babushka. So it's a doll that you take out one and there are more coming. So I think the best, at least to me, the best way to visualize it is through this tree diagram that shows the connection. But of course, if you have any questions, just put them in the chat and I will respond later at the end of the presentation. And now that we have seen professional functions and gaps in skills that are addressed by micro-credentials, it's good to see a bit the gaps in training that were highlighted during the focus groups and our research. For instance, we have some gaps in customer service, such as providing tailored assistance, effectively handling complaints while improving communication, empathy, and problem solving. It's more of it's an approach that centers on the human, which is now part of the experiential tool. We also have gaps in specialized knowledge, particularly in understanding wines, alcoholic beverages, dietary requirements. For instance, now we no longer have 3 types of wine. We have organic wines, we have green, orange, and those are needs. So waiting staff should not only know how to explain them, but also sell them. So again, it's something that they need to be trained on. And lastly, we have some gaps in safety and compliance, which it's very important. And as we said before, it's a changing world, therefore our waiting staff need to be trained in that. such as recognizing signs of drug abuse to ensure legal compliance and strengthening hygiene practices for safe dining environments. So as far as the next steps are concerned, we have developed the occupational profile, incorporating knowledge towards green and digital transition, aligning ourselves with the priorities of the European Union. The next step would be developing the curriculum and the training material that would actually provide the roadmap towards the training of waiting staff. We would like the curriculum and the training material to be certified and correlated with ISO 17024 to be able to have the prototype. As soon as we have the prototype, we are piloting it to 20 people per the 3 transferee countries, Greece, Spain, and Cyprus. And of course, at the end, we will gather their feedback, fine-tune it, and make it accessible to the public. So this is how the occupational profile becomes one of the main deliverables of MicroIdea project, ensuring a continuation towards this approach towards micro-credentials in the tourism. Thank you very much. As I said, please pop your questions in the chat, or you can email either one of my colleagues, and we'll respond to your questions and clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Irini, for the interesting presentation as regards the main elements of the occupational profile. What I can conclude to your presentation is that we've had an exciting experience as regards the activities which led to these results, activities which had to do with the secondary and primary research, questionnaires, interviews, focus groups with stakeholders from all 3 transferee countries, Cyprus, Greece, and Spain. So thank you very much, dear partners and stakeholders, for all the support in this process. So now, dear participants, it's time for a short break. Since we are a bit behind schedule, I would kindly ask all of us to be back to the event in 15 minutes. So if we can be back by 11:52, that would be great. So see you all in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are partners. We are starting in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Για παλαβό. Τι θέλεις να κάνεις, θα μεγαλώσει η παρουσίαση.
Okay, I think we are all back at the event. Thank you very much for this break. Now we have a very important keynote speaker in the agenda, Mrs. Anita Dimitriadou, Director of Tourism at the Deputy Ministry of Tourism of Cyprus. Mrs. Dimitriadou, thank you for your presence, which demonstrates the value and priority provided to the project and sector by the Republic of Cyprus.
Yarol, yes, it's a great pleasure for me to participate today in this conference. Please allow me to express my appreciation for giving me the opportunity to present the case of Cyprus as a tourist destination, as well as the action plan for training in tourism relevant to micro idea projects. Cyprus is a well-established tourist destination which offers much more than sun and sea holidays. Cyprus, with its 11,000 years of history and civilization, and the unique geographic position, offers to its visitors unique holiday experiences. Cyprus attracts almost 4 million tourists. The main tourist markets are the UK, Germany, Poland, Israel, Greece, and many others. Revenues from tourism reach 3 billion euros, with 13% contribution to GDP. The scope of the Cyprus tourism strategy is to establish Cyprus as a year-round destination, offering authentic experiences with care about the environment, a place where all residents can benefit from tourism, a digitally smart and climate-friendly destination. Sustainability is a key challenge for Cyprus tourism, directly linked with the viability of our tourist industry and the welfare of the local population. Our role goes beyond simply increasing the number of tourist arrivals to the country. Our role is also to develop the destination as a whole and to manage tourism in a sustainable way through a holistic approach to tourism. Sustainability actions aim mainly to balance economic growth with environmental protection, to limit the socio-cultural impacts of tourist growth on the local community, and to create balanced tourism economic activity in the country. Emphasis is given on product diversification or product adaptation changes to develop products that are more environmentally and culturally oriented, responding to the changing market needs. In my presentation, I'll focus on projects we implement in order to strengthen the quality of the tourism product and develop authentic experiences with special emphasis on cultural and nature tourism, rural, religious tourism, wine and gastronomic tourism. I will also present subsidization schemes which provide support for the green transition of tourist business. Last but not least is the role of the Cyprus Agrotourism Company, which plays a crucial role here in the promotion of rural tourism. The Deputy Ministry of Tourism introduced several funding schemes for various special interest tourism products, as well as for upgrading the infrastructure for accommodation establishments and restaurants. The majority of the schemes concentrate on the digital and green transition and the accessibility of the tourist businesses of Cyprus. Heartland of Legends is an ambitious initiative launched by the Deputy Ministry of Tourism. Developing it, the Cyprus Authentic Route, which incorporates and attempts to bring together under a common umbrella the traditional village life in Cyprus, including the traditional accommodation, operations, the rich gastronomic heritage, and offer the thematic itineraries through 3,000 kilometers route of authentic experiences in the rural and mountainous area of Cyprus, aiming at promoting all three pillars of sustainability. Deputy Ministry has set up a fully sponsored handicraft workshop scheme in order to attract mainly domestic tourism and cultivate local tourism awareness. More than 1,000 handicraft and gastronomy workshops around this year, and the participation is free of charge. Several labels have also been developed that set high standards for each product, promoting the value of local produce and the unique geographical characteristics of our land. Some of these are Cyprus breakfast, commanderia and wine routes, nature trails and Trollop Geopark, theme parks, Christmas villages, and colorful villages. Cyprus is characterized as a gastronomic hotspot. The Cypriot cuisine is known all over the world for its unique flavors, but also for its wonderful smells. Selected restaurants, small industries producing local products, and retailers selling local products have been awarded the quality label of the Cypriot gastronomy, Taste Cyprus, Delightful Journeys. We highly recommend Commandaria tasting, which is a unique sweet wine and the oldest Cyprus, dated back in 800 BC. We acknowledge that financial support is of vital importance for tourist businesses in order to make their operation more sustainable. Deputy Ministry of Tourism operates two financial support schemes from the Resilience and Recovery Fund, subsidizing actions related with the use of renewable resources of energy, circularity, high technological solutions in the hotel and restaurant sectors. Eligible expenses include measures to enhance, install new, improve, replace existing digital applications in the hotel and catering establishments. Rural tourism. Rural tourism plays a crucial role not only for the economic and social regeneration of rural areas, but also for the image of Cyprus as a tourist destination. It adds value to our tourism product and offers authentic experiences to visitors. I feel very proud that I have been involved from the very beginning in the establishment of the Cyprus Agrotourism Company. In 1996, the company was established by the Cyprus Tourism Organization, today Deputy Ministry of Tourism, in order to organize and develop rural tourism, agrotourism in Cyprus, maintain the traditional architecture of the villages, and support the local communities. Today, the company has more than 120 members from more than 60 villages of Cyprus. Accommodation establishments in rural areas combine comfort and style with unlimited options for activities in a unique environment and vary from traditional private houses, traditional apartments, self-catering studios, to boutique hotels and resorts. The establishments operate all year round and offer options for all budgets. They are suitable for individuals, couples, families, or small groups. These developments have had such a positive impact because they are aligned with current trends and visitor preferences. Engagement with locals, authentic experiences, traditional gastronomy, and wine tasting, thematic routes that can be explored solo or with company. All of these trends are mirrored in the course of the Cyprus Agrotourism Company, as well the National Tourism Strategy 2030. The company also participates in European projects since 2022. Green Tour projects promotes the social inclusion through green tourism for people with disabilities. The Farm Charm project aims to develop learning materials to educate small and medium-sized farmers in possible ways of starting their agrotourism activities, which will help them not only diversify their incomes, but promote their farm products directly to consumers. The Big Access Agrotourism is a new COSME project that will implement the digital transition for accessible agrotourism. The tourism sector in Cyprus is a major contributor to the country's economy and provides significant employment opportunities. According to 2024 statistical data, approximately 40,000 persons are employed in restaurant and catering business, and 27,000 persons in the hotel sector. Many jobs in tourism are temporary or seasonal, with the peak months being from April to November. However, efforts are being made to diversify tourism offerings in order to extend the season and provide year-round employment. Cyprus also relies on foreign labor, especially during the high tourist season. Hotels offer intensive training courses for temporary and foreign workers in order to improve the level of service offered to their customers. The second part of my presentation will focus on the importance of training and the Deputy Minister of Tourism actions in this field, together with other actions in order to reward employees and companies in the tourism sector and to promote tourist professions. Training in tourism is crucial for several reasons, all of which contribute to the overall success of the industry and the satisfaction of travelers. Training helps employees deliver exceptional service, ensuring that tourists have positive experiences. It also boosts employee morale, motivation, and job satisfaction. Training in sustainability helps tourist professionals reduce negative impacts on environment, promoting eco-friendly practices and ensuring that tourism benefits local communities without damaging the natural resources. The Cyprus Deputy Minister of Tourism aims at vocational education and training of human resources, with main objective the development of knowledges and skills in tourism and hospitality field. The vision is to set lifelong learning and quality hospitality as top priorities for individuals and business related directly or indirectly to tourism and hospitality. Among the Deputy Ministry of Tourism goals in the field of tourism education are the following: cultivating tourism awareness among professionals and public. The Young Tourism Ambassadors Program aims to cultivate tourism, hospitality, and environmental awareness among students. Officials of the Deputy Ministry make a presentation lecture to students of the 6th class of primary schools. Moreover, a guided tour in Cyprus by a licensed guide is offered free of charge. Dissemination of knowledge about new trends and challenges. Implementing training programs to comply with the legislative framework. Increasing industry and public awareness about the destination. Information on career opportunities in tourism. Exchange of know-how and best practices. Providing quality hospitality. Educational and training programs offered by the Deputy Minister of Tourism. The Cyprus Deputy Minister of Tourism provides a series of free of charge educational and training programs in collaboration with various educational institutions. The seminars are provided in Greek or English and are conducted either in person or online. Anyone who is already active or wishes to be active in tourism sector can participate and get a certificate of attendance upon completion of the program. The selection of topics is based on research carried out on an annual basis with the contribution of our tourism partners. The main topics in our 2024 program are the following: gastronomy, customer experience, or digitalization, sustainability management, and green solutions in tourism, and many others, of course. In 2023, we organized 60 training seminars for approximately 3,000 employees. The human factor is a key to tourism and hospitality sector. Professionals in the tourism sector and every individual is an ambassador of Cyprus abroad. This is why the human resource development and reward is among the top priorities of the Cyprus Deputy Ministry of Tourism. Cyprus Hospitality Awards, a new award scheme of the Cyprus Deputy Ministry of Tourism, recognizes and rewards people who exceeded the call of duty, demonstrating excellent hospitality and creating unforgettable experiences for visitors. At the same time, it rewards businesses that have positive comments by clients as they are analyzed through the online reputation management system of the Cyprus Deputy Ministry of Tourism. The ORM system, by collecting the visitors' comments from various digital platforms, provides the Deputy Ministry with important data about visitor satisfaction with regard to their tourist experience, including their accommodation in hotels and other tourist enterprises, their entertainment in leisure centers, beaches, archaeological sites, activities, and many more. The system is a tool for upgrading the quality of services and infrastructures as well. Cyprus Hospitality Awards involve two main categories. The first category, named Philoxenist, includes 12 subcategories at individual group level. These awards are for the people who exceeded their call of duty, demonstrating excellent hospitality and creating unforgettable experiences for guests. The second category, entitled Guest Experience, includes 14 subcategories at corporate level, including awards linked to product labels and launched by the Cyprus Deputy Ministry. The winner per category is automatically selected through the ORM system of the Cyprus Deputy Ministry of Tourism. Dear all, Cyprus tourism industry holds significant potential for continued growth, and training plays a vital role in maximizing this potential. By investing in workforce development and embracing sustainable, innovative practices, Cyprus can strengthen its position as a successful destination while ensuring a high-quality experience labor force for tourists and preserving its unique assets. We consider that Micro Idea project will provide important know-how for tourist professionals in Cyprus. I would like to thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dimitriadou. Thank you for sharing important information and statistics as regards to the tourism sector in Cyprus, for the various initiatives that are being derived by the Deputy Ministry of Tourism, and of course the valuable information and the facts relevant to the sector, the profession, the training needs correlated to our project aims and objectives. Following, we have today here with us an experienced and very, very successful entrepreneur in the hotel industry of Cyprus, Mrs. Christiana Iacovidou, General Manager of the Cleopatra Hotel in Nicosia. Mrs. Iacovidou, thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you for inviting me at the conference Micro Idea regarding the micro-credentials. It's an honor to be here with you today. My name, as said, is Christiana Iacovidou. I'm the manager and owner of Cleopatra Hotel, a four-star hotel, conference hotel right in the city center of capital of Nicosia, and I'm the third generation there. Now, I have gathered some numbers to start with. As a general knowledge, there are about 400 hotel units operating in Cyprus. The total number of employees working in the hotels and restaurants is around 50,000. Of this number, in 2023, about 21,000 were local employees, meaning were Cypriots, and around 28,000 were foreign employees, meaning Europeans and employees from third countries. The hotel industry employees of this number are around 30 to 35,000, and of this number, around 30% are waiters. We're talking about 10,000 to 11,000 people. I would like to explain the existing situation in Cyprus regarding skills and knowledge for the waiters. As I'm coming from the business side of the tourism industry, when we hire people regarding waiting, we look into people who graduate from technical schools or colleges, usually with a degree, a general degree in management, specializing in waiting skills. Then we look into the experience that they have, depending on the placement they have, and the number of years of experience, what their job description involved, and what kind of training they did where they worked. The hotel industry now is facing a lot of challenges, not only in Cyprus, in general, I think it's a worldwide problem. It's facing a lot of challenges in finding professional staff or even knowledgeable staff, mainly in the fields of waiters, cooks, housekeeping, and cleaners. This is due, as we can see, a trend where people prefer occupations which are not based on a shift work, but they're based on a Monday to Friday work, 9 to 5. Because working in hotels is very demanding, hours-wise, and weekends and holidays. So people prefer more easy occupations, let's say. Also, there is a cultural impact where people do not conceive these jobs as status jobs, but of an inferior essence. For example, which one of us would send their kids to study to be a waiter or a cook or a housekeeper or a cleaner? This is, I think, a universal thought, a universal problem. What this means is that it translates into a diminishing employment pool for the hotels and the restaurants. And in Cyprus, also, many of these waiters are not by professional waiters, but they do this as their second job, which means that there is the issue of how do we offer better quality of service when you think it's a second job? You don't give all your energy or your focus in your second job, but on your primary job. And then also there's a higher employee turnaround in the F&B department because people will come and work for a season, 2 seasons, a year, 2 years, 5 years. So when in the previous years we had employees working for many years, like in my hotel, I've got employees who have been with us for 35 years. I don't think this is going to happen from the years to come, for the following years. So this causes problems in the time spent when you train the people, if they are staying short term, and whether they really care to offer the service you want them to offer. Regarding the impact of micro-credentials in developing the workforce in the tourism sector, in my opinion, any certification helps in recruiting people. So any attempts to give more certifications, it's a positive attempt. At the moment, here we have different certifications given by private companies who do trainings with through the programs sponsored by the Human Resource Development Authority. They're very good programs, but not everybody can do these programs due to lack of time, due to if you have a department and you need to send like 5, 6 people, then if you have a lot of work, you cannot do that. So there are difficulties in this. In my opinion, when discussing certifications, there are some issues to be considered. especially in waiters, you need to separate the cafe waiter from the hotel waiter from the fine dining waiter. It's not everything a standardized job. Each job description is different in these different establishments, different companies. Then a second barrier is language. English is a universal language. Everybody knows English, but in Cyprus, the Cypriots would like the waiters to be able to communicate in Greek. The Russian tourists would prefer the waiter to communicate in Russian. The French would prefer the French to communicate in French, and so on. So you have a language barrier, which I think is quite an issue when you train or when you want to certify people. Also, how do you introduce the foreign workforce into your local culture? That's another issue to be addressed, as you need them to learn the culture to be able to offer the service you would like them to, and that requires a lot of training, because people from different countries and different cultures work in different ways, and you need them to adapt in your Cypriot way, your local way. This is why each hotel has its own training policies and programs in order to create a standardized level of service throughout the hotel. And these training programs are very time consuming and very costly for a hotel. So if you have a high employee turnaround, it's a big cost for a hotel. This is all from me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much. Very, very important insights coming directly from the sector. I'm very happy to hear to various aspects that Mrs. Iacovidou has mentioned, such as the cultural awareness, such as the language barriers, such as the training format and duration issues, the need to customize the training offer to our personnel and to keep them motivated, career-oriented, etc. The majority of these issues have already been assessed and explored during the preliminary phases of the project, and these are exactly the aspects which we will try to tackle with the development of the micro-credentials as such. So I believe this is a positive outcome through this presentation of Mrs. Iacovidou. Thank you very much. And just to mention that some of our partners are enjoying the hospitality of your hotel and establishment during their stay in Nicosia. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
So our warm appreciation to all speakers for their interesting presentations and valuable input. We will now take advantage of what has been already presented and analyzed through our roundtable. A rapid-fire discussion which will involve representatives of national stakeholders and international thematic experts with the thematic of aligning micro-credentials for the tourism sector. The roundtable will be moderated by Lukasz Sienkiewicz on behalf of our Polish partner. I would like now to invite our online participants to be ready. We have the pleasure today to have with us Mr. Andreas Alexi, Cyprus Chamber of Commerce and Industry Officer at the Department of Labor Relations, Social Policy and Human Resource, Mr. Vincent D. Pastor Mortorell from Spain, Technical Educational Advisor for the Industrial Fields in Vocational Education and Training of the General Directorate of Vocational Studies of Generalitat de Catalunya, Mr. Sandor Karashoni, Senior Analyst Economist, at the World Bank, Dr. Wojciech Stempy, thank you, Lukasz, Qualifications System and Micro-Credentials Expert at the Educational Research Institute in Warsaw and Assistant Professor at Warsaw School of Economics in Poland, Mrs. Magda Bistigou, Head of Learning and Development at INSETE, the Institute of Education of the Greek Tourism Confederation, Mr. Javier Murata Pizarro, Technical Teaching Advisor in Vocational Education and Training Internalization at the Directorate General of Vocational Training of the Generalitat de Catalunya, and Mr. Yannis Tiglis, Sales, Marketing, Communication, and PR Responsible in Grec Hotel SA, the leading hotel chain of Greece. Apologies for any wrong pronunciations on the names or surnames. Really apologize. Dear experts, thank you for being here with us today. Dear Łukasz, the floor is yours.
Should I relocate?
If you want, you can come here.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me know where you come.
I
Just a second. So we have to take his position.
Let's wait 2 to 3 minutes until all the speaker of the for the roundtable conference joined the Zoom link, and we will let you know. I just wait 2 to 3 minutes.
2 to 3 minutes, so we will be ready with him. Okay.
Yes, I think I have been informed by Mr. Sandor Karatsony from the World Bank that he will be joining us just at the start of the time, because it's he's working in Washington. So okay, so yeah, I mean, for him it's 5:30 in the morning, so it's very early.
Right. We really appreciate this. Thank you.
So I believe I have checked that if Mr. Karatsony has joined, then every participant to the roundtable is already with us. Welcome again, everyone. I think this is a very important and timely debate, and we have gathered, as have been presented by Georgios, thank you for that, a variety of different perspectives of different stakeholders in our roundtable, which is a very good, actually, situation for the perspective of the micro-credential. Because this, as we have learned already from the very interesting presentation from Mr. Poliu and other discussions, this is quite a new phenomenon, emerging phenomenon. So we still don't know many answers to the questions that we have also proposed during this roundtable. So I would like to take the advantage of the knowledge of our speakers to share their thoughts, their ideas with us regarding different aspects of micro-credentials, but also the possibility to connect them to the qualification systems, the tourism sector, and also ISO 17024. So welcome again, all of the participants of the roundtable, and we will now proceed to the answers. Just a short reminder, I already informed our participants of the roundtable here over email. Please be mindful of the time. With the short answers, we will go into 3 rounds of questions. So we will start first with the general round, the questions to every participant, and I of course welcome very much your contributions. So starting with the opening, more general question, I would like to ask our roundtable participants. What role do they see for micro-credentials in a broader context of skills development and employability policies? For this round, I will not call out the names. I mean, you can answer as you would like, whoever would like to speak out of our participants.
Yeah, if I may.
Yes, of course, please.
Okay. Hello, Łukasz. Hello to all. I would like thank you on behalf of Cyprus Chambers of Commerce and Industry, I congratulate you all for the realization of today's hybrid event. First, again and again, I would like to welcome the European Year of Skills 2023, even if after 15 days we will enter to 2025, because it's very important, the European Year of Skills, as was described as a tool to give a new impetus to informing education and training policies for all ages, including, of course, the institution of micro-credential. So micro-credential, I believe that play a pivotal role in skills development and employability, particularly in the tourism sectors, which is a key economic drive for Cyprus, for our Cyprus, because it's the backbone. It's a small country, and this short targeted certification allows individual to upskill or reskill very quickly, aligning with the rapidly changing demands of the industry. As a Chambers, we believe that, especially for SMEs in the tourism sectors, which, as I said before, form the backbone of Cyprus economy, micro-credentials address critical skills gaps and in areas like digital marketing, sustainable tourism, and etc., etc. So it's very important to make sure that both SME United and the Euro Chambers, who represent us as in the European level, emphasize the importance of lifelong learning and adaptability in fostering competitiveness. Their insights highlight also that micro-credential can democratize access to high-quality training, particularly for small enterprises and their employees, by enabling workers to acquire specific skills in a flexible and cost-effective manner. This certification empowers SMEs to remain agile and resilience. Thus, a micro-credential not only enhances individual career prospects, but I believe that that also contribute to this sustainability and global competitiveness of Cyprus tourism industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexi. Any other thoughts from our participants? You're welcome to share. As I said, I don't want to call you out in this first round.
Yes, if I may, I'm Giannis Tsiklis from Greek Hotel in Athens. Kalimera to everyone. Hello, everyone.
Yes.
Okay, you hear me. Okay. So thanks for the invitation and the opportunity to exchange ideas on this very hot topic for the industry, an industry that's vital for the economy of Greece. And it's actually driving the new era for Greece. I believe that it's very important that we all gather together and examine synergies on how this micro-credential case can really be the driver to regain confidence in specific professions that are not that much lighted and not that much not have gained the exposure they deserve to have, and should be supported by the states, by the chambers, by the professional organizations. So let me first tackle some issues that I feel they are important. Let me present a bit Greek Hotel, which has a very critical role for the training, and it's a very central part of our beliefs and our efforts, the training and the efforts to make our staff feel proud and feel that they have a development in their lives through their profession. So let us start by knowing that we employ 7,000 people. We are the biggest in Greece and the leading hotel chain. We have 40 hotels around Greece. We normally accommodate more than 400,000 guests yearly in 15 destinations, and this results to about 2.25 million guest overnights. So we have some figures to tackle, and we have to be very figure specific when deciding about training concepts, and the results for sure will have a bigger and bigger effect if we have that training. People respond to the mass volumes that we have in Greece. Since, as I said, we started focusing on the drastic changes of this after the pandemic period, we can say that the labor market has transformed. It's something that Mrs. Iacoviou, our fellow Cypriot hotelier, mentioned before. There is the job satisfaction from the hotel professions is not the way it used to be. Suddenly, the career in the hospitality industry is not anymore appealing for young people. This is something that we have to keep in mind. They feel insecure to pursue a career in hospitality due to the vulnerability and the hard-working patterns of the business. Seasonal work, 6 months per year, restricted state subsidies during the winter do not provide a secure environment for a young person who makes plans for careers and family. In 2024, there was an approximate staff shortage of more than 20% of the total positions in the hotel sector. That resulted in a fierce competition among Greek hotel recruiters. Wages are up almost 25 to 30% compared to the pre-pandemic period. According to the recent hospitality report published by Randstad in September 2024, which is an international leading HR service provider, 67 of hotel recruiters in Greece face severe problems with staff having no or limited industry working experience. 65% consider keeping employees engaged as the most important challenge while recruiting. And 63% of HR professionals consider setting educational and training programs as the second major challenge. Addressing skills and labor shortages also is a major challenge and objective for HOTREC, the European Hotel Restaurant Caterers Association, according to the recently published manifesto, an association which represents 2 million businesses employing 10 million people in Europe. And we are thankful that Alexandros Vasilikos, the president of the Greek Chamber of Commerce, Chamber of Hotels, is heading this organization. So the hotel sector, if I'm to conclude, needs to re-inspire and engage employees, provide better working conditions, and make them feel professionally secure. In this respect, I find that the lifelong training certifications in the form of the micro-credentials, it's the ideal tool. We are totally confident. Micro-credentials can be tailored to the organization's needs, can be applied directly in the workplace, gradually paving the way of an employee to acquire higher level specializations, to become a very experienced chef de cuisine, a front office manager, a maintenance manager. Some examples of micro-credentials we offer are, for example, customer complaint management, basic principles of luxury hospitality, sustainability management, tourism, use of property management systems. The role of micro-credentials in skill development is multidimensional and highly significant. They enable the acquisition of skills within a short period, already said, facilitate adaptation, changing demands of job market, like the global digitalization. We need specializations like digital marketing, customer relationship, social media manager within property, sustainability management. Additionally, they address needs in specialized fields. For example, we need a sommelier in an area like Western Greece or Alexandroupolis, Northern Greece. We can specifically train an employee with suitable soft skills for this position. Moreover, micro-credentials engage employees into a lifelong learning program. They give them the idea of they can improve themselves, the knowledges, and get this practical, useful knowledge rather than general theoretical education. And this is something we have to focus. People working in tourism normally have this idea of I'm more up to the practical things, and I'm not intending to spend my time with all this general and theoretical with unknown outcomes education. They offer transparency and reliability. For a recruiter, if you see that there is this well-recognized certification, you feel secure. And of course, we believe that there should be an initiation for a European approach to start with for all these training programs. Initiate also partnerships between companies, the dialogue like what's happening right now. And thank you very much for the invitation. And educational institutions, organizations, they should be all together providing a roadmap in order to support this very sensitive part of the European economy. However, I believe this all these efforts will be fruitless without a regulatory initiative from the states, in our case, the Greek state. And of course, the collaboration of unions, chambers, and trade organizations. EU is required to initiate and facilitate the effort by assessing the industry needs and regional regulations to create pan-European unified micro-credential standards. We will be part of every team that heads towards this direction.
Mr. Tsiklis, for your important insight into the micro-credentials and the challenges of the tourism sector. I will now welcome other participants on this general introductory question who would like to intervene.
Good morning and Kalimera, everyone. May I come in?
Yes, yes, sure.
Good morning, Lukács. Good morning, participants. My name is Sándor Karácsony. I'm a senior labor economist with the World Bank. I'm based in Washington, D.C., where it's 5:38 a.m. in the morning. So if my forehead knocks on the table, that's why it happened. Very, very happy to be here in spite of the early hour, and thanks so much for the invitation. I work in the Pacific region with middle-income countries, and I focus on labor and skills enhancement projects. Before my current job, I used to work quite a bit in Europe and Central Asia, and the EU part of Europe, including in Greece. So I'm quite excited to be part of the conversation today. With my comments, I would like to echo some of the really good points raised by Mr. Alexi and Mr. Tsiklis, and we'll also try to bring in a broader, maybe global perspective and try to also highlight some examples from within and outside of Europe that might inspire participants. Micro-credentials are clearly revolutionizing the way we think about education and employability in the proverbial fast-changing world of today, both within and outside of Europe. Changes in the labor markets occur faster and a much more rapid pace. These changes themselves happen faster. Skills gaps appear faster, evolve faster among job seekers and employers. And this affects, obviously, the tourism and hospitality sectors, which needs to adapt to these changes faster. And again, unlike traditional degrees, micro-credentials are more flexible, more targeted, more learner-centered, and they can bridge the gap between education and real-world skills demands in a much more flexible, much faster fashion. I should mention that micro-credentials can be particularly relevant in addressing seasonality in tourism, where, as you all know, the fluctuation of employment trends are quite present in pretty much all countries, and these challenge skills retention, the way industry operators can retain their best workers, as well as the stability and availability of local and sometimes international workforce. By offering flexible and targeted credentials in areas like customer service or digital marketing or sustainable tourism, micro-credentials can enable workers to remain employable during off-peak seasons, while they can also encourage multi-skilling and also can encourage transitions between roles within the industry or sectors within the industry. I'd like to mention that, as you may know, the World Bank really focuses on low and middle income countries. We mostly work with vulnerable job seekers, And again, as you know, many of the most attractive and most inviting tourist destinations in the world are in fact in lower middle income or middle income countries. Many of the workers in the tourism and hospitality industry come from vulnerable communities. So for us, this agenda is particularly relevant and interesting. I'd like to mention two more points. The one is on network effects, how micro-credentials can benefit not just one operator or not just one particular segment of the tourism, but the entire value chain. If the industry is able to work in close partnership with operators, involving the government, for example, the ministries of education, involving the chambers of commerce, involving tourism operators, to align trainings and qualification standards within the micro-credential framework, then quality assurance and created and shared incentives can appear across all small hotels, all tour operators, all hospitality services within the entire value chain. So I think it's quite important to mention that, again, with this approach, ideally you target the entire segment, the entire value chain of tourism rather than specific segments or specific operators. One interesting example that we have been observing and we have nothing to do with, by the way, but we are quite excited to see is Ireland's Springboard Plus initiative. I don't know if it had been discussed earlier in this event, but if not, then I'd like to mention this as something that I personally have been looking at as a quite inspiring and interesting example that is known to have upskilled unemployed workers in information and communication technology. So it's a little bit of a different sector, but the approach that they are aligning, I think, is quite relevant for discussion today. As a parallel approach to micro-credentials, I'd like to mention what we call short cycle training programs. So anything that's less than 1 year, effectively, and again, can be deployed flexibly and can potentially offer stackable certifications, similar to the way micro-credentials work. We have a report about short cycle training programs, unfortunately, with a regional perspective that's outside of Europe, that focuses on the Latin America and Caribbean region, but I would encourage interested stakeholders to look into it. It's called Fast Track to New Skills. If that's okay, Lukasz, I will plug in the link into the chat here for anyone to take a look. I think this report is quite interesting in highlighting how Latin American and Caribbean countries have improved employability, particularly for disadvantaged workers across a variety of industries. And I believe there are examples also from tourism. For instance, short cycle programs in Colombia and Chile provided significant earning gains for employees, while programs in Brazil, Sao Paulo, and Ceará states have filled quite critical gaps in logistics, agronomy, and healthcare. Again, this is an approach that can be kind of thought of as a parallel but potentially fitting piece of the puzzle for the overall short course training needs that, again, can help match job seeker and employer demand and supply. That's it from my side, and thank you so much again for the opportunity to contribute to the conversation today.
Thanks for this intervention. I believe that we are here to share experiences and good practices, so you're very much welcome to share with us the reports on material using the chat. We will gladly take a look at that. Thank you also for coming with some not widely discussed issues like this network effects or spillover effects of ensuring the high quality through these networks. I would like to ask now if the other.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, yes, Wojciech, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Well.
Yeah, okay. Well, to this question of the role of the micro-credentials, well, I must start by saying I am an enthusiast of micro-credentials. I was previously involved in various initiatives, such as the ECVET initiative in Europe. I had the pleasure to work on the integrated qualification system in Poland and the institution of market qualifications there. Maybe some of you have heard of it. But today I am also working on micro-credentials in Poland. And so even though these experiences are somewhat similar, in the topic of work, in the dynamics. Even though I remain an enthusiast of this idea, and I recognize that we have a hype right now for this. I think Mark Brown was writing, publishing about this recently, giving some data. How big is the increase in talk of this issue? To the question, what is the role? Of course, there is a variety of uses of micro-credentials to which it can be put. In general education, in vocational education, higher education, and so on. But specifically, I think in adult learning and lifelong learning, it is this segment of learning and education where the impetus is most needed. And I'm speaking this from the perspective of Poland and from the research we've been doing with some of our colleagues recently. I think it is also quite true for the whole group of Visegrad countries, possibly for many other countries as well, that we have a set of difficulties related to adult education, mechanisms for funding, rates of participation, and so on. If we use micro-credentials in a combination with the right financing mechanisms, such as, the individual learning accounts mentioned in the European documents, but not necessarily these ones. There is a plethora of mechanisms we can use to provide funding. I think micro-credentials paired also with the right quality assurance standards can really support this segment of education. And then I would look at it not just from the individual perspective, how can this be helpful for individuals to better show their skills, but how can micro-credentials be used as an element of an institutional reform in the adult education, which could be part of the solution for the information asymmetry problems that we observe, and the quality, the lemons market, and so on. So just maybe not to make my input too long, I would say that from what we are trying to do and experiencing on daily basis in Poland, which I hope is also relatable for at least some of you, I would emphasize specific issues for the success of micro-credentials for skills development and employability. So that would be for sure the quality standards for micro-credentials. That would be availability as micro-credentials being accessible in some sort of, let's say, a register or at one place. The information there to be, more than just the name of the micro-credential, but also accessible in terms of people being able to actually use them, achieve, learn, get them. And the third thing I think, which is most difficult to do, is the element of recognition. So, the all kinds of things to do, various actors will have to involve in cooperation, starting from effective public communication to make this actually recognized by employers, for example, cooperation with various organizations, employers included, but also educational ones, but also, this kind of political influence, maybe even lobbying, to make sure that in the relevant policies, micro-credentials are really embedded there and they're not an artificial additional idea that is contained in the sector of educational experts speaking about how we could actually use them. So this last element I think is most difficult now in Poland to actually get through to the effective implementation of micro-credentials in some sort of skills policies. So I would stop, I think, here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing the insights on especially the things we should also take into consideration in our project, making sure of the quality standards assured by ISO here and accessibility. But I think also it is important to note that from the beginning of the project, of our project, we have had a very strong support from labor market institutions, from the chambers. They are very vitally interested. So I think this is really important points. I can see that Mr. Javier Mudara Pizarro would like to intervene. So yes, please.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Can you speak a little bit louder?
Okay. Now it's better?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. First of all, thank you for inviting us to this meeting and have the opportunity to explain about our experience here in Spain or Catalonia, in our case. Yeah, and thank you for this opportunity. In our case, I think that micro-credentials are playing a transformative role in a broader framework of skills development and employability policies. And I think they address to more specific and in-demand skills that traditional qualifications may overlook in some cases. But yeah, and can think that they can be designed more quickly. But as some of you said before, we need to have a legal framework which has its particularities here in Spain, that I think we will talk later about this. But yeah, I think that micro-credentials can respond to these changing demands of the industry and specific sectors like tourism, as some of you told before. Yeah, and it also have can adapt more easier than the formal programs that we have in formal education. I think also permits the access to mid-career professionals to those with lower qualifications, or also with it can help to these underserved regions. And I think here in Spain we have some differences between, as some of most of you, I think. But I think interims they permit the adaptation to the specific situations of the different regions, because it's not the same. I think it will be not the same. Adapt the training in tourism in an area like Barcelona, where we are, or in other areas like Aragon, here in Spain are less populated, and it's a different kind of tourism that we have here. I also think that the possibility of validate skills, those skills that are acquired in non-formal and informal education, non-formal and informal ways of having this. The skills can increase the employability of the professionals, and upskill and reskill their skills. For me, one of the things from the regional government is that one of the challenges is this cooperation or this partnership that we have to have between public and private sectors, and this collaboration between governments, educational institutions, businesses, and all this. And I think sometimes it could be difficult, but I think here, at least in Catalonia, it's more or less developed. I think we have made or we are making an effort to adapt to these new situations with new regulations, but we need more improve or a more clear framework for these micro credentials. More or less, I think that's all. I'm not sure if I've been enough clear.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thank you for this bringing very important issues, I think, for that micro-credentials and the new approach to learning is really increasing inclusiveness. And I think this is important in both in terms of geographical, but also vocational kind of inclusiveness. And we have to also acknowledge that this is a matter of flexibility in different learning paths in terms of also including the informal and non-formal learning. So thank you for this intervention. So now I will ask Ms. Magda Peistikou to intervene, if I may.
Yes. Hello to everyone from Athens, from INSETE, and thank you all for inviting us to contribute to this discussion about micro-credentials. I have to say that probably more or less everything related to answering to this first question is already mentioned and analyzed. Also, it was great for the presentations that we've seen before. We explored all dimensions, I believe, related to micro-credentials. But if I can make, let's say, like a concluding note to this first round, I would say that micro-credentials, from our experience, work as a vehicle in bridging the gap between formal education and the demands of the labor market. This is what we can observe from our experience, and especially as we are focusing on the tourism sector and the tourism industry in general, is that since it's constantly growing and is rapidly changing, micro-credentials are a very important element that will help labor market, the workforce, to be more agile and more competitive. And since we are talking about inclusivity, micro-credentials can help towards this direction as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, I think very important. So it's very different from the formal processes, and we have to understand that this can be, as we heard several times today, stacked up. So in a sense, we provide a lot of flexibility and can address changing labor market needs, as we try to do also in the Micro Idea project, focusing on green skills, on digital skills, which is also something that that changes in the hotel industry. As we have two participants in our roundtable from Catalonia, I want to ask Mr. Vincent Pastor this second question. How can that in general and through micro-credentials help address the most urgent skill gaps in the tourism sector while ensuring alignment with European standards and regional needs? Mr. Pastor.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation. And can you listen to me?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Thank you for the invitation. And the answer is yes, absolutely. Micro-credentials are a powerful tool for transforming the tourist sector, not only the tourist sector, all the sector, I think, because the gap between the formal education and the labor market needs, it's quite wide, and we have to close it in all the sectors, but specifically in the tourist sector. How? Making it more competitive, sustainable also, and aligned with global market expectations. In a rapidly changing environment like we are living now, these certifications provide a quick and effective response to specific needs, helping professionals, mainly adult workers, and also business to be in an industry that it's vital, like the tourist sector, to many economies, country economies. Micro-credentials are particularly well suited to address the urgent needs of today's European labor market mainly for several reasons. Agility and flexibility. The labor market is evolving rapidly due to technological advancement, digital transformation, and other aspects, and also global changes like climate change and automatization. And micro-credentials provide a fast and targeted way to acquire a specific skill needed to respond to this challenge and these changes. This is also another main point. It's focus on skill over degrees. I mean, we as a society, we need a background or a back of knowledge, but with that formal education, as a lot of people said before me, there is a gap, and these changes and this gap can be closed or can be avoided by formal or non-formal education, a quick and fast formal education or non-formal education. And this is why the micro-credentials allow individuals, people, adult workers mainly, to showcase their expertise in specific areas and also to fit in a field that by a knowledge background, it's not their field. In this sector, for example, we have problems with global distribution system to knowledge, or that the people doesn't know a lot about global distribution system or sustainability tourism practices. The multilingual customer service is quite more difficult because the language is a language and you need a lot of time to improve your skills in languages, but it's needed also education in digital marketing or tourist business, or and also we were talking about that yesterday or 2 days ago, and we're okay. What happened with crisis management in tourist destination? There is a lack of knowledge in that situation, and also in management customer services experience. Another main question of the micro-credential is that it promotes the lifelong learning. As the concept of lifelong learning becomes increasingly critical, micro-credentials offers a modular approach to education. Workers can also continuously build on their knowledge and skills through their careers without having to commit a long-term study program that in some cases is quite difficult to manage both sectors. I have to work, I have to study, I don't have time to stay for a long term of 2 or 3 years, be it studies or university degree. And in these cases, micro-credential it's a good way, a good tool to adapt the education or the skills of the workers to several sectors. Another question, it's completely aligned with the European priorities, and it needs public institution support, a common framework of competences or micro-credentials, because we need confidence in the recognition of that micro-credentials. In conclusion, micro-credentials are not just a theoretical solution, but it's a practical and immediate tool to address the challenges faced by the European labor market by providing flexible, inclusive, and skill-focused approach to other workers' need. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it is important really to know that apart from all these general discussions that we had, like the issues of ensuring competitiveness, sustainability, inclusiveness, employability, and flexibility of the approach, it is still a solution to address very specific skill gaps. We are not trying to replace the education system. We are not trying to replace the formal education. But as the world changes so fast, we have to have the mechanisms to update the skills of the workers in any industry with the smaller learning units and also those that will give people certified skills, as have been said by Mr. Pastor, sometimes more important than the degrees themselves. Thank you all for this first round, which is on the general questions. In the second round, I will ask more specific questions and address them to specific participants of our roundtable. So these questions reflect their fields of expertise, and I will now call out the people who should answer by names. So the first question is addressed to our experts with the international perspective. So Mr. Sándor Karácsony and Wojtek Stęchły, based on your international experience, what best practices can Europe adopt to ensure micro-credentials enhance workforce skills development?
Thank you, Lukasz. I'll try to organize the best practices, or I don't know if we could call them best practices. I'd like to call them good or promising practices. Some have been tested, others have not been tested. Some have been tested rigorously, others are more on a process-oriented basis. We're being very cautious in terms of, in terms of endorsing practices as best, but they certainly look promising. I think, 4 factors through which I'd like to organize these. The first one is localized design. To what extent can programs tailor to regional economic needs? The second one is transparency. To what extent can a system track and show results in terms of employment outcomes, particularly for the job seekers, but also obviously for the industry? The third one is accessibility. How much can job seekers, potentially those with difficult connectivity from rural areas, with digital divide, lack of digital skills, can access the systems? And finally, collaboration. To what extent can these programs be designed in alignment with the industry's need? On the first X, I would mention Chile. Chile has been doing something remarkably interesting. Again, not strictly micro-credential. It's one of those short course programs that I mentioned in my earlier contribution, but since the design of these are quite similar, except they are organized within the framework of the formal education system, the replicability or adaptability for a more industry-driven, private sector-based context is obvious. It's the other way around. It becomes different when you try to adopt something in the formal education system that the industry has developed, but towards the industry, it really depends on the industry's openness. So Chile has done something very interesting, focusing mostly on engineering and technology jobs, again, to address mostly urban demand. So they identified sectors that had needs of qualified job seekers with STEM, science, technology, engineering skills, and they have developed tailored short course programs in collaboration with local TVET and tertiary education providers to address this need in a rapid fashion. Again, you will find this example in the study that I have plugged into the report, so I won't share a special link about it. The second one is transparency. Here I have 2 examples. One is Singapore's Skills Future program. I will share the link later on. This program is widely available for Singaporeans and can be adopted and has been known to be adapted in several countries. It covers pretty much all industries that are currently active in Singapore, which is quite a bit, including tourism and hospitality. SkillsFuture tracks and publishes employment outcomes. So it's not only a resource for identifying programs, but also a labor market observatory, if you will. You as an industry stakeholder, as an academic, can log in and can look into trends, can look into the stock of available vacancies, the stock of registered job seekers, and so on. So it's a super transparent system. The other one is Colombia Servicio Nacional de Emprendezihaye. I'm sorry to my Spanish colleagues. I'm not even going to try to replicate how to pronounce it. SENA for short, which monitors job placement outcomes for graduates from short course training programs. And again, this kind of transparency builds trust among stakeholders, particularly in industry, because obviously operators will ask, why should I trust this training? I don't know how it would work for my job seekers. Well, here's the numbers that show that employers who were hiring from the stock job seekers who had been trained by SENA were able to retain them for 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. So that's why you should trust them. So this is why we find transparency quite important. The third one is accessibility. I should mention Finland's open studies pathway. Well, we're within Europe, but I don't know how widely this example is known. So I would encourage colleagues to look into it, which can demonstrate how micro-credential can expand access to formal qualifications for non-traditional learners. And finally, again, an example from within Europe, but it's hard to find a better one outside of Europe, which is Denmark. And Denmark has industry-led vocational courses, and many of you are familiar with Denmark's experience in spearheading vocational education, particularly in STEM, which highlights the importance of aligning training with local labor market needs. Many previous speakers have mentioned the needs to integrate quality assurance and outcome tracking mechanisms. And again, I think transparency in particular, but all these 4 factors that I mentioned, localized design, transparency, accessibility, collaboration, are all about providing quality training for job seekers and making them available for employers. By integrating quality assurance across all these, Europe can foster widespread adoption of micro-credentials. I think that's it from my end. I hope it addressed the question sufficiently. Thank you so much.
So much. I think it's very important that you share these examples. Some of them actually, of course, we look very closely at the micro-credentials ideas and practices. And especially in Denmark, we actually plan our next study visit. So we will be looking closely at their experiences in the field as the project. Wojtek, can you share with us your thoughts?
Yes, of course. Thank you. I think my international experience is not as wide as previous speaker has presented, so I have a slightly different perspective here. I must say that looking at some of the examples of micro-credential systems developing, or maybe more broadly speaking, digital credentials systems, so to say, I think the first thing I would say, the conclusion would be that I think it would be necessary to create a space for various types of providers to be able to contribute to the training market, to the skills development, and issue micro-credentials. So that we can avoid this kind of capture of this by one group, like the academic sector or professional training providers and so on. This is not a very big risk, I think. However, I must say in Europe, one can see that it is always the question who is first, who defines the concepts, who creates some laws, possibly also. And this may lead to these capture effects, which do not provide then this kind of general benefits for the whole society as much as it could happen otherwise. Then when I am thinking of these experiences that I know, in this case, maybe mostly based on what I know about Poland, but I think to really enhance workforce skills development, we actually need, skills-based hiring and skills-based, workplace promotion systems and so on. So all kinds of human resources departments or practices in HR, which would really use this. And why am I saying this? We have observed, we've looked closely to the English-speaking countries, and it is, I think, not a matter of dispute that the credentialing practices and the relevance of credentials, as contrary maybe to experience and so on, is different. It's looked at different. It is being presented by candidates in a different way. So not in every case a credential is working in the same way. The set of institutions around it would provide a very different, I'd say, I'm missing a word here, but what I'm trying to say is that in one situation, they may really be a big plus for a person. In another context, they might not really see a difference between having a digital credential and just finishing a course. So that would depend on the culture. And in this specific aspect, there is a lot of work for larger organization, employers organization, and so on to do for the micro-credentials to be really something that can be valued on par with, for example, macro-credentials, the traditional big courses. To this end, I think we need to take care of various types of skills also as being assured or certified by credentials. So not just specific skills related to tasks, but also various, transversal or soft skills, which are being regularly indicated as sometimes more, sometimes equally important as the specific skills, technical skills in a given trade and so on. So what more could I say? Well, the cases I know are probably cases you also know, like the Edu badges in the Netherlands, which work on the education system. In this case, I think it's really important to start early and make the next generation ready for this kind of technology and this kind of this way of thinking. Yeah, and I think basically these are my thoughts on the question. What could we adopt? What could we ensure? To just sum it up in one sentence, well, unfortunately, there is no one solution. So in each case of a country, I think different approach and different points of attention will be needed to be addressed. I mean, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we all agree here in the project team that we need to have a well-tested elements of the system, not only focusing on the curriculum and the training itself, but more importantly, I think on the certification. And this is why we put also a very big emphasis on actually testing whether the learning outcomes have been achieved. And this is a very important part of our project through the use of ISO. And I think this is very important because then the users, the labor market users, actually would like to know whether the person has specific skills. not whether he has finished a course or made the training, but a certain that the person actually can do the things that he has been or she has been done to do. The next question I would like to address to Magda Beistiku, which is more about a specific perspective of Greece, but also still micro-credential framework and the tourism workforce. If you could give us your perspective on that issue, how can a micro-credential framework support Greece in building a highly skilled tourism workforce?
First of all, we believe that we need to agree first and foremost in collaboration between the sector, the industry, organizations, and the providers. In other words, we need all the stakeholders to collaborate in order to provide the valuable insight, each one of them from their point of view. And then we need to develop curricula which will be constantly updating that based on the trends that each time arise. And for sure, we need to develop technologies. I mean, educational tools that will help in reaching out the workforce. And I would like to add from, let's say, my other hat, that as a lecturer, that it's not only that there is not highly skilled tourism workforce, but there is also a shortage in tourism workforce as an overall. I mean, it's not a matter only of skills, but of high skills, of expertise, but also of people in general who are willing or interested in working in the industry. So we need first to build the basis, to put, let's say, to establish the foundation, and then to develop. In addition, we believe that, and what we see is that micro-credentials as frameworks can help us a lot in this, let's say, transformative era that is formulated in the tourism industry, and not only in the tourism industry, because we see that there are challenges which demand from our end to alter even the basics. What I mean, that maybe we need to reintroduce as well areas and fields and knowledge that was already there, but we need to reintroduce it, to learn again from the beginning. So these are, let's say, the first key points from our point of view.
So much. We have heard of the specific issues, but I think they are not specific to Greece in terms of, attractiveness of the sector and working.
Exactly.
So I would also like to ask Javier Pizarro about the specific situation in Spain. I mean, how, because you work at the regional government of Catalonia, so how do you see the micro-credential to fit more to a regional and also national strategies in Spain in order to boost the workforce competitiveness, especially from the perspective of the tourism sector, because this is what we're discussing, but also a little bit broader. And if I may ask you to maybe hold your microphone a little closer, because we don't hear you very well.
Yeah, now you listen well. Thank you. No, it's working?
Yes.
Yes. Fine. Yes.
Okay. I will try to speak louder. No, for us, I think aligning micro-credentials with the Spain qualifications and education framework have several challenges from structural and regulatory issues, and also from culture. We have some cultural resistance to this. Not to this non-regulatory practice, or not not at all. Well, not all developed. I think incorporating micro-credentials to Spanish qualification framework requires a clear definition of how to relate micro-credentials to traditional qualifications, and the lack of a standardized framework for micro-credentials make it a little bit complicated. But also ensuring micro-credentials alignment with the European qualification frameworks are at some complexity. And also when we have to balance this national framework with these European level requirements about transparency and quality assurance. Here, I think in Spain, establishing a unified approach to qualify assurance for micro-credential is challenging because we have a decentralized education system where regional governments play an important role. And I think here in Catalonia, we have a quite developed process of recognition, but we need to align this process of recognition with micro-credentials. I think also employers and institutions can have some doubts about the recognition of micro-credentials with this, without this transparent validation mechanisms. I think, yeah, we have to build this trust that requires the alignment with national accreditation bodies, the standards of international regulations, and also with regional, with this regional bodies that we have here. A Spanish education system is traditionally structured around full qualifications, and sometimes it's more difficult to integrate these modular, flexible micro-credentials and adapt this to our rigid systems. But we, I think that we have to make some regulatory changes, and yeah, but I think we are working on this, and yeah, I think also there is a nowadays see micro-credentials as less valuable or credible. Yeah, but we are, I think we should work on overcoming these cultural barriers. Yeah, here I also saw some universities are bed providers also, and also regional authorities can have some resistance to the adoption of micro-credentials, and due to the fear of fragmentation, and the thing that it can have some impact on the traditional qualifications, but I think that yeah, building this partnership between regional authorities, national authorities, business, employers, business, it's necessary to improve this situation. And yeah, and I think it's necessary because we also have to align with the industry needs to make this development effective yeah, I think a continuous dialogue between all these stakeholders it's necessary. For the autonomous communities, yeah, I think, well, more or less, I think I told about this, that we have this different situation in each region in Spain, and we should work in integrate these micro credentials in our regional and national bodies. That's the thing that it's more difficult here in Spain. But yeah, at the end, I think we need to have a national micro credential framework. We should to work on it, and also create quality assurance guidelines, engage employers and industry stakeholders to micro credentials, and also take advantage of the European initiatives in this, in these issues like your project, like this one. So yeah, I think we have a complex situation, but addressing these challenges with strategic collaboration, it could help to integrate micro credentials into our educational framework and make it become more flexible, inclusive, and all this. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, we also did quite a lot of work in the project reviewing actually the differences between the qualification frameworks and the general approach. And it is obvious that we won't probably be able never to achieve a fully unified approach, but we want to propose something that can be applied to different national contexts within our project. I know that our two participants, which are most local, I mean, one from Cyprus and one from Greece, have been working a long time, but we have not forgotten about you. So now I'd like to address the question to Mr. Alexis to tell us a little bit more about the role of labor market institutions in the promotion, because we've heard already that the collaboration is very important, and the participation of different stakeholders is important. So what are your thoughts about the role of labor market institutions in development and promotion of micro-credentials by employers, specifically in tourism sector? Mr. Alex.
Thank you, Lucas, for the question. I think that labor market institutions such as chambers of commerce and other employers organizations have a pivotal role in shaping and promoting micro-credentials, particularly in the dynamic tourism sector. According to SME United, as I said before, micro-credentials are essential for addressing the upskilling and reskilling needs of SMEs, which represents the majority of business in Cyprus in the tourism sectors. Is something that we absolutely agree as a chamber with SME United. So by aligning this certification with industry needs, the labor market institutions can ensure that they bridge critical skills gaps such as digital transformation, for example, and the other sustainable practices, which we think that are the key to the sector's growth, absolutely. Furthermore, the Eurochambers highlights in the report of 2022, again in 2023 report and this year, and highlights the importance of public and private collaboration in vocational training. So the labor market institutions can serve as a bridge between employers, educational providers, stakeholders, policymakers, all to create micro-credentials that reflect current and also future demands. In Cyprus, it's very important to say that the Cyprus Chamber of Commerce and Industry could lead initiatives to identify specific skills gaps in the tourism sector, such as an economic tourism or hospitality management, and advocate for EU funding to develop relevant micro-credential program, such as Erasmus Plus or under the umbrella of RRF. So this institution also play a role in raising awareness and promoting the value of micro-credential among businesses. As I said before, by organizing a workshop like today's event and providing platforms for collaboration, all we can ensure that SMEs, which often lack resources for employee development, adopt this certification to enhance their competitiveness.
Thank you so much. I think it is really vital that we already discussed, I mean, the kind of ownership of the micro-qualification, micro-credential. It is really something for the labor market, for all the stakeholders. It is not for one organization or the company. So this recognition from the labor market institutions, public and private, is really very important. Coming to the end of this round, I would like to ask Mr. Tsichlis about what specific skills, from the perspective as he is the representative of the hotel group, what specific skills or competencies does your company find challenging to source, and in this sense, giving us a little bit more indication how the micro-credentials could help in really giving the right skills needed actually from the companies on the labor market. Mr. Tsichlis.
Okay. So, as we already said, there are specific skills or competencies that are really absent from the market at this stage. As I believe it's more or less common for the whole of Greece, independent of the size of the hotels, cooks and chefs de cuisine, restaurant staff, housekeepers, cleaning staff, maintenance technicians. We have a shortage. It's difficult to identify how well skilled is someone that will be presented during hiring process, a candidate. All these positions really demand a broad set of theoretical, technical, managerial, soft skills and competencies. You may have an excellent lone worker chef, but may be terrible in managing a demanding, fully staffed cuisine, but can be ideal for a lone stand, a la carte, exclusive restaurant. All these kind of skills, we not consider ourselves that we are the ideal organization to build and the concept and train people, but you need to collaborate. This is what we have done. It's not actually what the majority of the hotels in Greece, out of the 10,000 hotels the country has, not all belong to some kind of a group that have some headquarters, that have specialized HR departments or training departments. So I would say that there's a big part of the industry professionals, like 30 or 40% working in smaller hotels. They try to locate themselves where to acquire the special training and the the advancement for their careers in terms of micro-credentials. In Grecotel, what we have done is that we have established this Grecotel Academy program. The Grecotel Academy program is our training structure, which is empowered by an e-learning module platform. And this platform really serves more than 100 subjects, includes more than 100 subjects that are addressed to over 170 specialized hotel positions. We collaborate with external educational institutions, universities, to offer in-house specialized seminars as diverse as pool maintenance and air conditioning and refrigeration maintenance, people management principles, customer service, complaint management, foreign language lessons. So it's very diverse. As a first step, where we start to really focus on people and make sure that these people get exactly what we need is when we hire our interns. So we have a strategic collaboration with Greece's largest educational group, EEC Delta, contributing to their program with our professional practical know-how to the daily education of students. And additionally, we have initiated discussions to certify the knowledge of employees and the students by skill or specialty in the future. So we believe we have a saying as the people that really live the problem during the work, so we can somehow take part in formulating the training program right from the beginning. The educational performance is evaluated by the supervisors in the same HR, and it's taken into account during employee assessments and career development plans. So somebody who has acquired many extra micro-credentials, the way we see it in our training platforms, for sure will be a promising person to invest on, or a person that you will trust it to open a new hotel in a new destination or undertake responsibilities of a managerial position in a new department. What we see is that a lot of effort should be put in the induction program, and at this stage really identify the people that are eager to support their self-development with the courses. This is easily facilitated then with the e-learning platform we have, the Moodle platform, that is used also by academic institutions, because we have records of the scores, the engagement, the time they have spent, many metrics to provide a complete profile of each trainee. And once the initial training is successfully completed, they participate in training programs with internal or external qualified trainers, like management courses with the BCA College, on-the-job training with recognized universities. This also broadens their horizons, and very much the part of the soft skills need to have a specialized guidance by managerial colleges, by colleges offering managerial courses, or universities. This is, of course, something that we build ourselves. This is something that we evaluate, and this is something that provides our employees with Grecotel internal micro-credentials. We would very much like to see somehow how we as a company, as a group, as industry leaders in Greece, how the dialogue with various other organizations, state, chambers, other companies, providers of these educational programs can be unified, how we can come to agree that these are the essential competences and skills that sommeliers should have, for example. And this is the reason that we further seek assistance, and we are open to dialogues. And we believe that in the future, this is something that will happen one way or another. and we are here for the next day.
Thank you so much. I believe, yes, this is very important that that is why the recognition of micro qualifications is achieved throughout the sector, and all the experiences of your group would be very important to do that because you are the largest chain, as I understood, of the hotels, and you provide this modularized training for many years now. So this is. Yes, the project leader, I would say, reminds me that we are very much on the time constraint now. So with the third round of questions, I very much would like you to speak really short, no longer than 2 minutes per person, so that we keep our schedule and still have some time to discuss because we have the questions and answer session. So I do have some questions for you, but if you could really address them very shortly in this third round. So I will start now with Ms. Pastikiou about a more specific question about vet providers and the work of them with Chamber of Tourism to ensure that that we actually address industry-specific standards. Ms. Pastikiou, please.
I believe that here the keyword is collaboration, that in order to proceed, they should adopt a collaborative approach, the chambers of tourism and the different vet providers. And this can be focused or can be seen and can become practiced in 3 different levels. Number one, I would say that first, both sides should conduct analysis and maybe to focus on looking on how, on what kind of skills and gaps are identified in the tourism industry. Secondly, to organize some focus groups, for example, and of course, to study the different labor market data. Afterwards, and considering that we have collected all this necessary information from the industry and with the industry, we could then design, again, on a collaborative way, the different micro-credentials and maybe to test them and also then to align them with educational standards. I think it was less than 2 minutes. My answer.
Thank you for keeping it short. Just the information that in the ICT part of our project, we are trying actually to do that to better understand the labor market needs and the skills and the jobs that are available on the market in job vacancies. So, and we developed this quite innovative tool in just-in-time information about that. The second question, I would like to go back to actually where we are, which is Cyprus. Mr. Alexi, we have a very important part of our project is ISO certification, 17024 certification. Do you think this has some possibility to influence the credibility of micro-credentials? And again, please keep it short.
Yeah. Hello. I think the exactly certification standards has significantly enhanced the credibility and acceptance of micro-credential in the tourism sectors, aligning them with the global quality benchmark. SSME United underscore the tourism industry relies on trust. This is very important. I think it's a piece of the whole kill, and Sandor mentioned it before. The tourism industry relies on trust. So the standardization of skills through the ISO 17024 ensure transparency and impartiality in the certification process. I believe that this guarantees that a certified individual possesses the competencies necessary to meet high quality demands. And I would like also to add that this ISO is very important on the ground that ensure the continuous professional development by requiring periodic recertification. So this is a factor and a crucial point for keeping up with the industry trends like digital innovation. I keep it till here. Thank you, Lukasz.
A little bit that we are going in the right direction in the project. Thank you for that. Mr. Tsiklis, do you offer any internal support of incentives for current employees to obtain micro-credentials for skill development? I mean, because we've heard that it is important that there is some sort of not only recognition, but that the people consider actually these micro-credentials something valuable. How to do it, practical. And again, please keep it short.
Okay, I will keep it short. For sure, we encourage people that have this the personal drive to invest in themselves, to be a better professional, to upgrade their horizons professionally. Of course, these people get special allowances. We also have this foundation of Nikos Daskalanthanakis is our president and founder. It's a foundation that really supports young people to have scholarships in international universities or Greek educational institutions to complete a series of their studies. And an interesting part of this is the focus in the association of the agricultural sector with the tourism industry. But one of the main issues for us is that people that really stand out of this process, because as I told you, tourism is not the main body of tourism professionals are people that are not used to this official training and the theoretical training. And the fact that you make, in our business, you combine the work experience with the training procedures and the modern methods that are now available all through all these platforms and the collaborations with the specialized agencies, you can easily identify people that need the support. The company is always behind this. We are the #1 company in self-developing our staff. We have a Cretan already known Cretan origin as 30% of our people has this Cretan origin as well. That means that there are people that started on a low level and now they have undertaken responsibilities in higher levels through this education, both internal and external. For sure, we encourage and we are intending to invest more in the future for this kind of personal development.
Thank you so much. I think this is very important for the motivation to be active in learning, but also in the labor market. Mr. Pizarro, any challenges you see in terms of aligning micro-credentials with existing frameworks? Just a few points, really keep it short. We cannot hear you. I think you are muted.
Yeah, sorry, you hear me better than before?
Yes, it's fine.
No? Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, I just make some changes and because I think that was something with the earphones or something like this. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think micro-credentials have a significant potential to align to the Spanish qualification framework and also with our regional bodies. Addressing our workforce competitiveness through flexible and modular learning pathways. For me, here in Spain, we have a recovery, transformation, and resilience plan that can help upskill workers that can help upskill workers in green energy and suitable practices in digital innovation. Yes, we also have I think micro-credentials can fit with modular design in Spain's BED programs and allow learners to accumulate skills progressively and adapt to the industry demands. And yeah, also incorporating micro-credentials to Spanish qualification framework ensures the alignment with European qualification frameworks and promotes the cross-border recognitions and workforce mobility. And we have some regions like Catalonia and Andalusia where tourism is a major economic driver. We can use micro-credentials to train workers in areas like sustainable tourism, digital marketing, or language skills. And yeah, also in Spain, the small and medium enterprises that dominate the Spanish economy in this, the micro-credentials can provide cost-effective ways to these companies to upskill or reskill their employees and offer flexible solutions for lifelong learning. Here we have some I will just say that here we have some initiatives in Basque Country or here in Catalonia that I think that demonstrate that the regional governments can partner with industry to pilot micro-credential system tailored to local needs. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, to our international experts. First, I would like to, Wojtek Stęchły to address this, and lastly, Mr. Sándor Karácsony, who started our discussions. I think this is important question in terms of technological innovations, because the micro-credentials are also supported quite often with the digital badges, digital indication of that. So what technological innovations do you think are essential? Wojtek.
Thank you. Well, to be brief, I would say one is using a common technological standard such as Open Badges 3.0, a new thing, but allowing for various applications and a common, let's say, data sets and frameworks. So that's one thing. Multilinguality as a feature of these, actually, it has already been mentioned, so that's another thing. In terms of more maybe advanced and difficult technological solutions that we actually, I think, need very much. Well, I think that to be able to enhance the interoperability, but not just in technological sense, but in a broader understanding of it, I think we need an intersubjective dictionary for communicating about skills and such. So I mean, something you could call a skills ontology or a knowledge graph of skills, so that we can actually translate between our various languages, not just languages as in Spanish, Polish, English, but also as in our way of describing and conceptualizing skills, being able to understand what actually a professional in tourism sector who works at a similar in a similar workplace and conditions, what skills actually they have. So that I think would be very useful to have this technology embedded in the micro-credentials ecosystems around the world. This is a long way to go. I think even longer than introducing open badges on a large scale. But I think it is one of the most important innovations that not just for micro-credentials, but for recognition of all sorts of credentials that could make a great difference. And we are all facing migrations and rapid changes on labor market. So I think, yep, that would be it. Thank you.
Now to Sandor.
Thank you. Just to echo all the points that Wojtek made, and I have maybe 4 more items that I'd like to mention in, like, let's say, different stages of development. But I think all of them are exciting for pretty much all projects, but especially European projects that are a little bit ahead of the curve to look at. The first one is blockchain, which gets a bad reputation worldwide for a variety of reasons, but it is still a secure credential storage and verification opportunity for micro-credentials. And OECD has, for example, been advocating for its use in micro-credentials. You probably know that OECD has a blockchain policy center. I don't know how active it is, but they have published something not so long ago that does discuss the use of blockchain technology in portability, in ensuring portability and trust. For example, blockchain-enabled systems can support tourism credentials that could allow workers to demonstrate skills across regions and employers seamlessly. The second point is the use of digital portfolios, not just making single packets of micro-credential trainings online available, but more broadly. For example, Australia has a platform called Microcred Seeker that some of you may know. I'll plug it in the chat so you can check it out. But it basically simplifies access to credentials, including in tourism, which again makes it easier for workers to identify and stack micro-credentials in areas like customer service or sustainability practices. The third one is, again, another buzzword recently, AI, artificial intelligence, but it's happening, right? So it's really important that projects look at it proactively. The World Bank is experimenting with AI-powered systems in education. Most recently, I think in Ghana and Tunisia. I'm not 100% sure about the output of those experiments, so don't quote me on that. But I do know that we have a recent really good and interesting report, again, from Latin America and the Caribbean. Sorry, that's where a lot of things are happening in education, that has really good examples on AI applications in education in general. So it's quite easy to apply those principles for micro-credential trainings. I'll plug the link in the chat so you can take a look at it if you wish. And finally, again, all of us have discussed the importance of data-driven, evidence-driven adjustments. I just want to point back to some of the examples from the short course programs that I mentioned earlier, like Colombia's SENA, which all dynamically adjust training based on labor market data, which again is a model that Europe could adopt to ensure micro-credentials stay relevant. That's it from my side. After this, I'm going to plug in all these in the chat, and then unfortunately I have to log off to go to my next meeting. But thank you so much again for the opportunity to be here today with you all.
So much. We highly appreciated all the interventions. So at the end of this discussion, I would like to thank all of the participants of the roundtable. Thank you for your excellent contributions and points of view. We have made, I believe, quite a lot of notes, and we will delve deeper into the issues to incorporate them into our project. So I think they deserve the applause. Yes, we will now move to the session of the questions and answers. So we know that some of you have to leave us due to some other meetings and obligations, but if you can stay, please stay for a few more minutes so that we can maybe engage you with the further discussion from the group, or maybe there will be some further questions. But in any case, I would also like to thank the organizers, the Eurosuccess and the Chamber for hosting us here and having this very important discussion around micro-credentials. So thank you again. Thank everyone. And it was a pleasure to lead this round.
Thank you, Lucas, for the facilitation of this panel. Thank you also from our side to all the experts for the valuable insights and the questions analyzed. As Lucas mentioned, now is the time for the Q&A. So we would like to invite all the participants to let us know for any questions, notes, comments that you would like to address. And of course, all partners, physical and online, are more than welcome to contribute. Do we have any questions?
We have one in the chat, and we encourage you to put the questions in the chat, and we read them out loud. This is a question for labor market representatives, proposed chambers, and international experts. Considering the existing shortage of employees, particularly in the tourism sector, would or should the sector be open to accept workers from third world countries who are already certified with ISO 17024, either in micro-credentials or in main or specific professional functions prior to their moving to Europe?
So who would like to address this question, this answer?
Oh, yeah. This question refers to the panel mainly, either to the labor market representative, as is Mr. Tsiklis, or even the international experts. You can read at the chat also again the question to help you.
To be honest, I need to have an assistance at this point from our HR department. I'm not very familiar with the specific regulations and standards for the HR and the training part of this specific ISO. So it's not something I can really contribute at this place.
European legislation, this is not acceptable, not to accept an ISO certificate. You must accept it. You must recognize it. It's an international standard, and all the national accreditation bodies have signed a mutual agreement about this recognition in all countries in the world. So you cannot be able not to accept this kind of certificate according to European legislation.
If there is no other input, we can proceed to another question.
I think you is the most appropriate to answer this question. So thank you very much. And the second question in the chat.
It's since ISO is generally a well-known and widely accepted quality assurance system in the industry, would ISO 17024 certification for skills and competences be acceptable by the labor market, at least regarding the tourism sector?
As far as I know, in Greece, there are a lot of co-funded programs. And now I think the Greek Ministry of Tourism has announced a similar program in cooperation, I think, with IPA, I'm not sure, in order to counseling the employees, unemployed people, I think it is, counseling, training, and then certifying them using certification bodies according to ISO 17024. It is acceptable in Greece. It is also implemented.
Yes, if I'm allowed to say here, yes, the industry is looking further for these opportunities. We've been contacted as hotel chains by specific embassies. And we are in the process of examining the standards, all the bureaucratic work needed to be done, the training, the housing, what is needed to have people that come as immigrants for a better future in a country, and at the same time you should provide them with training that will be an asset for them later on, based on your standards or what is really needed in the industry. So it really fits to our previous conversation. It's extremely hot for the whole of Europe. It's not only for Greece. And I believe it's something that should be taken into account when designing your programs, for sure. It's something that has to involve countries that can export stuff to Europe for the tourism sector. Of course, you need to have some qualities for this, but training is a vital and the most important part.
Very much. Do you have any other questions, comments? Yes.
Yeah. It's more of a concern rather than a question, mostly to the experts that work in the tourism sector. Well, at the Greek-German Chamber, we cooperate vet schools, and we are in contact with the students and their problems and their concerns. Due to the unstable financial situation in Greece and regarding that the tourism is a big industry, many people change their career and turn to the tourism sector. Those are mostly people of an older age. I mean, those people are not students anymore. They don't want to invest so much time in education. They have families, financial responsibilities. So they are either unwilling to invest this time to educate, reskill or upskill themselves, or they are unwilling to follow a framework. My question is now, how can we shift this perception for people of an older age? And how can we demonstrate the value of education? How can we convince them that it's really needed to take, for example, a micro-credential course in order to upskill themselves?
Thank you, Christina. Any of our experts or rest of participants would like to reply?
The first, I believe, the first step should be that an organization representing hoteliers, like the Chamber of Hotels, could very much, as they did with the introducing this hospitality concept in the primary schools in Greece, to secure that this sense of hospitality behind the idea and the opportunities for a career and what personal qualities this involves starts from an early age. At the same time, throughout this equalities, this inclusiveness in the industry that pretty much hotel industry supports, a campaign that it's never too late to enter this profession, or messages. To be honest, it's something that for us, it's not a problem. The company recently has participated in a campaign by 3 ministries that women that have suffered from domestic violence have a guaranteed job in Greek hotel. And there are many other, 33 companies in total in Greece that offer this program. So that means that we can include, we can support people that really have no idea of what tourism is, and make sure that we find somehow how these people will acquire some knowledges to make a living in tourism. So it's so broad in tourism. So for sure it involves this kind of stuff. The only basic thing needed is the drive, the personal drive. I want to work. I want to do something for myself, and I need to respect the people around me and go by some rules that we will mutually agree. It's an easy thing, and I believe really, Georgia, that it's something that Greek hotels will support.
Thank you.
Very much. I have a query as regards mainly the experts to listen to your opinion. As Mrs. Iacovidou, the manager of Cleopatra Hotel, mentioned before, and she mentioned very nice statistics as regards to the tourism professions in Cyprus. Concerning the waiter profession, the profession that we've assessed that it's one of the most important, let's say, professions in the tourism industry to be developed for the micro idea philosophy. In Cyprus, the waiters are approximately 30% of the total number of professions in the tourism sector. Of course, she mentioned that the waiter is in various areas of the hotel, is not a specific area. What is your opinion? Is the waiter, the customer service profession, the most important one? And if yes, what could be the future profession, the next one in life that we should have in mind for a future project to develop? Anyone would like to comment on this?
Well, if I'm allowed again, I have more or less monopolized the sharing sessions. It is for sure the service part is a major part, and it also extends to the restaurant outside the hotel business industry. So it really involves a bigger amount, a large amount of professionals in hotel and restaurant activities. Can be standardized for sure, and can be heavily assisted by the micro-credentials. But in the hotel industry, we have the feeling that more or less, as this is the core of our training and our understanding, that we can manage internally with this. There are many other qualifications that need to be standardized, agreed, and certified. It's our bread and butter, I would say, the waiter, and for sure should be a priority based on the fact that all these people that are dealing with the service, the restaurant service, we need to make them believe again that this profession is respectable, has a future, will have salaries that can make a living for a young person, and there is development in this thing. And of course, you can be, for example, the person that will serve specialized tycoons in their yachts in our Mykonos hotel, and the commando team that comes aboard the super yacht for the service are the very best professionals, as we have this commando idea that undertakes the summits, the service in very special occasions. And this is something that continually evolves. We saw a very detailed list of skills for the waiters. I was impressed to find out how much done has been done, how much work has been done in the analysis. Yes, if you want an answer, yes, it's the bread and butter. It's a basic thing. It is supported by the restaurants outside the hotels. Should be a priority. We should focus on this at the beginning.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tsitris, and thank you very much for your overall comments on the work which has been done. I think that this concludes our event today. We have reached towards the end. On behalf of the MicroIdea Consortium, I would like to thank once again the Nicosia Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the great hosting and hospitality that we've experienced the last 3 days, since it was also combined with the transnational partners meeting in Cyprus, today's event. To all our esteemed keynote speakers, both external and partner organizations, and most importantly, all of you, the participants, thank you for your presence and interaction. We hope that this event was productive for all of you, and we invite you to visit our project's website and social media pages so as to stay tuned to the updates and the next activities at EU and national levels. Wishes for a nice rest of the day to all, and thank you very much.
Well, thank you.